Good morning, and the Ways and Means Committee will now come to order. We are holding today's hearing in a hybrid format in compliance with the rules and regulations for remote committee proceedings pursuant to House Resolution 8. Before we begin, I want to remind members of a few procedures to keep these proceedings running smoothly. First, consistent with regulations, the committee will keep microphones muted to limit background noise. Members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they seek recognition or when recognized for their 5 minutes. Committee staff will mute members only in the event of an inadvertent background noise. In addition, when members are present in the proceeding via WebEx, they must have their cameras on. If you need to step away to attend another proceeding, please turn your camera and audio off rather than logging out of the platform. Now let me turn to the topic of today's hearing, the 2022 Biden administration trade policy agenda. Today we are honored and have the privilege to once again welcome back to the committee Ambassador Katherine Tai, our United States Trade Representative. Ambassador Tai, as I have noted many times, your prior work on this committee and its positions as you advocated for them were better than most, and certainly the importance of U.S. trade policy was carefully crafted during your time as we supported American workers, families, and business. It has been slightly over a year since you were confirmed as a United States Trade Representative, the President's top trade advisor, and our nation's lead trade negotiator. In your short time at USTR, the Biden administration has delivered several significant wins for the American people. For instance, through your leadership, the United States resolved the long-standing Boeing-Airbus trade dispute. I want to commend you for concluding one of the longest-standing trade disputes in U.S. history in a manner that delivers for the American worker and American businesses. Your resolution of the dispute created an opportunity for the United States and European Union to work cooperatively to confront China's non-market practices in the aerospace sector and beyond. During your first year, you also worked with our allies to counter global steel and aluminum overcapacity. In doing so, you resolved Section 232 tariffs with the EU, the United Kingdom, and Japan to help ensure that American workers are competing on a level playing field. Through your leadership, the United States prevailed in the first dispute settlement panel proceeding brought under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement related to Canadian dairy and successfully concluded 2 cases under USMCA's rapid response labor mechanism over the denial of labor rights in Mexico. Throughout, House Democrats worked to improve the USMCA. We knew that strong enforcement mechanisms would be a key to the deal's success, as you repeatedly enunciated. As you know well, Madam Ambassador, House Democrats fought hard to establish a new structure for aggressive enforcement of USMCA, and we had a bipartisan achievement with our Republican colleagues. We provided the necessary funding to bring strong enforcement actions. I'm very proud of the new standards we established in the agreement. Trade agreements only succeed if they are enforced, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to ensure aggressive enforcement of the USMCA that again supports our workers at home and abroad. While I don't have time to list all of the successes of the Biden administration, your work as USTR is once again commended for relaunching U.S.-India trade policy and the forum, which has not met at the ministerial level for 5 years, as well as the U.S.-Taiwan Trade and Investment Framework Dialogue. Our trade relationships with India and Taiwan are important and require high-level and regular engagement, as I met with the Taiwanese ambassador yesterday. Now, with respect to urgent challenges, Russia continues its horrific, unprovoked war on the Ukrainian people. The House recently passed a ban on Russian energy imports and voted to suspend normal trade relations with Russia to hold the Putin regime accountable and inflict substantial economic pressure on his regime. Ambassador Tai, I strongly encourage you to continue to work with our partners and allies, urging them to take further steps to isolate Putin from the rest of the world. I thank Ranking Member Brady always for his partnership on these trade matters, and I remain committed to pursuing any measure necessary to hold Putin accountable. As we work with our allies to restore peace in Europe, we cannot miss the opportunity to explore new trade arrangements with like-minded countries. I'm especially supportive of deepening trade ties with European and African countries. The events in Ukraine demonstrate the need to forge closer economic ties with Europe and to help improve global supply chain resiliency. A new U.S.-European trade agreement will only enhance our ability to moderate Russia's aggression and pursuit of political dominance in the region. We must also look to strengthen ties with Africa. Last week, this committee sent a bipartisan staff delegation to Kenya, which was the very first committee delegation trip of the 117th Congress. For decades, the African Growth and Opportunity Act, known as AGOA, has been a bedrock of our Africa trade policy. However, unilateral preferences in their current form can only take a country so far in terms of economic development. 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of hosting President Kenyatta of Kenya to discuss deepening economic ties, and Kenya has shown a willingness to embark on a free trade agreement and the negotiations with the United States. We should embrace it. We must prioritize trade with Africa. A comprehensive free trade agreement with Kenya that includes market access provisions will be a necessary component. As you well know, Democrats on the committee are actively working to create policies that are inclusive, equitable, and responsive to the changing dynamics of the global economy. I am committed to working with members of the Republican Party to put forward a more informed solution to correct inequities and ensure that all Americans and segments of our economic system benefit from these trade opportunities. Done right, trade can be a powerful driver for good-paying, quality jobs and a thriving economy. We must ensure, however, that our trade provisions promote human rights, high labor standards, and strong environmental positions. I'm deeply troubled by the actions coming from China and appreciate your good and forceful work. China's use of forced labor in Xinjiang, their blatant steps to suppress democratic institutions and practices in Hong Kong, their alarming threats of invasion in Taiwan, and pervasive unfair trading practices require our immediate attention. We must be unwavering in our condemnation of these actions, use every tool available to us, and create new tools to confront China's destructive practices. In this regard, America Competes Act of 2022 is the boldest, best option we have to stand up to China, their harmful actions, and support American workers. But we also must work with our allies to address the challenges we face with China. Rebuilding trust and strengthening our alliances with Europe, Asia, Africa, and our neighbors in the Americas will be a key to our success. Today, members of this committee will hear from you directly about the administration's visit and vision for U.S. trade policy. And equally important, this is an opportunity for you to hear from us about our priorities. The conversation is a building block for requisite partnerships between Congress and the administration to create equitable and enduring trade policies. With that, let me recognize Mr. Smith for the purposes of an opening statement. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back to the committee, Ambassador Tai. It's great to have you here. Even in this sharply divided era, trade remains a bipartisan commitment of Congress. I am concerned, however, that it's not a priority of the President, and we cannot afford to sit on the sidelines while our competitors push ahead. The clock is ticking, and we can do big things on trade on behalf of the American people. For example, earlier this month, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of our trade agreement with Korea. Since KORUS was implemented, U.S. exports to Korea increased 17%, and Korea is now our top export market for U.S. beef. Free trade agreements give us leverage to address challenges, and we certainly have needed to address a range of implementation challenges over the last decade. This committee answered President Zelensky's call to stand with Ukraine with overwhelmingly bipartisan bills to ban Russian energy imports and suspend normal trade relations with Russia and Belarus. The Senate must act quickly on these bills. Time is of the essence, and we must hold Putin accountable. I know we agree workers and jobs should be the center of American trade policy, as it is with USMCA, and negotiate robust, enforceable new trade agreements to create new opportunities for U.S. workers and improve our ability to enforce commitments. Unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues allowed our most powerful tool to open new markets for American-made products, Trade Promotion Authority, or TPA, to lapse. It is my hope we act quickly to renew it so Americans can compete worldwide. You have done good work with key allies to move beyond some existing tariffs and related retaliation against our exports, made progress with Japan's beef safeguards, and initiated new dialogues or frameworks with the EU, UK, Japan, and Kenya. But I'm concerned that the administration will not seek to address actual market access issues. Endless dialogues and frameworks are no substitute for trade agreements that open markets for American products. We all know that it's not just about negotiation, but enforcement as well, and we must hold our trading partners accountable. A strong bipartisan vote for USMCA must not be undermined by Canada continuing protectionist dairy policies or pursuing a discriminatory digital services tax, or Mexico's refusal to comply with the agriculture biotech provisions in USMCA. We cannot be afraid to use dispute settlement to address all of these issues. American workers, farmers, and businesses need the Biden administration to fully enforce all aspects of our trade agreements, including energy, agriculture, and intellectual property. That is why we need the administration to fill crucial agriculture positions like USTR's chief agriculture negotiator to ensure farmers have a voice at the table. We must protect the intellectual property that is at the heart of America's innovation engine. Pursuing a TRIPS waiver without congressional approval hands over cutting-edge American IP to China, Russia, and other nefarious actors without any analysis of how the waiver would vaccinate the world better than addressing other barriers is unacceptable. With the bipartisan Senate compromise as a starting point, Congress should renew the Generalized System of Preferences, GSP, and the Miscellaneous Tariff Bill, MTB, which Democrats allowed to expire, and support high-paying jobs in every single state. The pandemic has demonstrated how the U.S. needs to expand capacity to develop and manufacture critical products here at home while working with our allies to ensure reliable supply. Trade agreements and their rules of origin integrate markets and form resilient supply chains with key trading partners. Finally, I urge you to deepen your consultation with this committee to address China's predatory trade practices. Both parties agree we need tough action to address the ways China's distortive policies harm U.S. workers. Yet 14 months in, this administration has yet to provide a comprehensive analysis of the Phase 1 agreement, nor a plan to hold China accountable. Similarly, if the goal is not to hurt American companies while holding China accountable, why has the administration only offered a very narrow exclusion process from Section 301 tariffs with minimal retroactivity? I urge you to partner with Congress, particularly this committee, in setting clear priorities that benefit American workers and Main Street businesses, and executing a plan to achieve them. I'm confident that you will be able to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and without objection, all members' opening statements will be made a part of the record. It is now my great honor to turn to our esteemed witness, United States Trade Ambassador Catherine C. Tighe. Your statement will be made part of the record in its entirety. I would ask you to summarize your testimony in 5 minutes or so. And to help you with that time, please keep an eye on the clock that should be pinned to your screen. I will notify you when your time has expired. Madam Ambassador.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady in absentia, Mr. Smith, for stepping in, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the President's trade agenda with you today. President Biden believes that trade can be a force for good that grows the middle class and addresses inequality. And he believes we are at our strongest when we work with others around the world. Over the last year, in coordination with my colleagues across the Biden administration, we have worked to repair strained relationships and recommitted the United States to the world's institutions. These partnerships led to the united response to Russia's unjustified attack on Ukraine. Turning specifically to our work at USTR, our agenda begins with putting workers at the center of our trade policy. When we defend the rights of workers at home and abroad, labor standards go up and we drive that race to the top. Farmers, ranchers, fishers, and food manufacturers are key to our trade agenda, and we have delivered real, economically meaningful wins in the last year. The 232 tariff arrangements and large civil aircraft frameworks with the EU and UK lifted retaliatory tariffs on billions of dollars of U.S. agricultural exports. The agreement with Japan will allow our exporters to meet Japan's growing beef demand. We regained access to the EU for our shellfish industry and opened access for U.S. pork exports to India. We are also realigning the U.S.-China trade relationship. We launched a conversation with the PRC about its Phase 1 purchase commitment shortfalls and broader non-market policies last fall. Those discussions have been unduly difficult, and we need to turn the page on the old playbook. That starts with developing new domestic tools and making strategic investments to maintain our global competitive edge. We have made progress on this effort through the American Rescue Plan, the administration's focus on supply chain resilience, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Passing the Bipartisan Innovation Act will build on this significant progress. We have renewed our engagement with partners and allies and are developing innovative arrangements that strengthen our resilience and address the China challenge. For example, the global arrangement we are negotiating with the European Union will be the world's first sectoral arrangement on steel and aluminum trade to tackle both emissions and non-market excess capacity. Beyond this cooperation, we have deepened our engagement with key trading partners through other avenues. We launched the US-EU Trade and Technology Council to promote shared economic growth. We relaunched the United States-India Trade Policy Forum to enhance our bilateral relationship, and we hosted the first dialogue on the future of Atlantic trade in Baltimore just last week with the United Kingdom. We will meet again in Scotland next month to consider what concrete, economically meaningful steps we can take together to deepen our trade relationship and meet today's challenges. We are also committed to intensifying economic engagement in the Indo-Pacific. USTR will lead efforts to craft a trade arrangement with our Indo-Pacific partners that includes high-standard labor commitments, environmental sustainability, the digital economy, sustainable food systems, and science-based agricultural regulation, good regulatory practices, and trade facilitation. On the multilateral front, the Biden administration has continued efforts to make the WTO a force for good. We are working towards an intellectual property outcome to help end the pandemic. We will continue to engage with WTO members to get safe and effective vaccines to as many people as possible and, critically, to reform the organization. The Biden administration also knows that enforcement is key to trade policy delivering on its promises. We have used the USMCA Rapid Response Mechanism twice to defend workers' rights in Mexico, which helps workers here by driving that race to the top. We pursued dispute settlement with Canada to ensure that U.S. dairy farmers are treated fairly. We also initiated environmental consultations with Mexico to prevent unreported and unregulated fishing. A final important part of our trade agenda is promoting trade policy that is equitable, inclusive, and durable, and the President's trade agenda includes objectives to advance racial and gender equity. We will continue to pair these values with sustained stakeholder engagement. And I want to close with one final point. Congress is our constitutional partner on trade. Collaboration is critical to our agenda and to America's success. I am more confident than ever that we can walk, chew gum, and play chess at the same time. I look forward to continuing this work in the year ahead with you. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Without objection, each member will be recognized for 5 minutes to question our witness. In this hybrid setting, we will dispense with the Gibbons rule, and we will go in the order of seniority, switching between majority and minority members. Let me begin by recognizing myself. Ambassador Tai, in your testimony, you talked about larger systemic concerns with China that are not captured in the Phase 1 agreement. Can you expand on those thoughts and talk more about the challenge that China poses and what steps USTR and the administration can continue to take to address those challenges?
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Neal, and this is one of the most important issues that we face as an economy. It has become increasingly clear over recent years and in the past few months that China continues to double down on a state-centered economic system and plans that do not include meaningful reforms that address our concerns or those of our allies. We've seen what happened in the steel and aluminum industries when existing mechanisms were either too slow or ill-suited to effectively address the distortions wrought by China's targeting of those sectors. In the meantime, we know that China is targeting critical industrial and high-tech sectors like electric vehicles, batteries, semiconductors, and more. We are working very hard and need to further deepen our understanding of how these policies and practices affect our workers and industries, as well as those of our allies and partners, especially with respect to our collective global supply chain resiliency. Going forward, Our strategy will expand beyond only pressing China for change and needs to include vigorously defending our values and economic interests from the negative impacts of China's economic policies and practices. This means we will also continue to explore the design and build of new tools and strategic investments that defend our interests and help us remain competitive. Congress is an important partner in this endeavor and is going to be critical for us to have a robust partnership in order to secure the kind of success that we need going into the future. Thank you, Chairman Neal.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Now let me recognize Mr. Smith to inquire for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's certainly a timely opportunity here to discuss these issues. Ambassador, the 2022 trade policy agenda describes the Biden administration as pursuing a policy of what they would call durable coexistence with China. I agree that it's essential for us to develop a thoughtful, durable, and effective strategy regarding China, certainly as we've discussed. I also believe there is an opportunity for significant bipartisan agreement on these policies if we all have a seat at the table. I was disappointed that House Democrats chose a more partisan approach to developing legislation that was supposed to be countering China and certainly with their Competes Act. But we will see if there is an opportunity for a truly bipartisan legislative effort moving forward. In the meantime, an important aspect of effective policies to address China's non-market and unfair trade practices is regular review of any tariffs we impose on imports from China to make sure that they are serving their intended purpose. So while I'm glad to see a few hundred exclusions were issued last week, the view of our conference is that all Americans affected by the tariffs should have an opportunity to apply for exclusions. And I believe that many Democrats actually also share this view. Having current information on the intended and unintended results of these tariffs can empower you with current information to more effectively target the effects of the tariffs on China. Regarding market access, I truly believe that the best way to promote deeper economic engagement with our trading partners is through market access commitments that open new markets for made-in-America products and services while further integrating our economies through rules of origin. I'm concerned that it seems that President Biden has not given you the mandate to address market access with any of our trading partners. In my view, market access commitments involve not only binding tariff reductions and preferential rules of origin, but also the obligations in our investment, intellectual property, digital trade, and state-owned enterprise chapters. When combined, all of these disciplines help level the playing field for American firms and their workers to compete and win around the world. I'm wondering, do you believe that the administration can promote deep economic engagement with trading partners without these commitments? And then also, how can American exporters become more integrated in Asia-Pacific supply chains without a robust trade agreement?
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for all of your comments and for your specific questions. On the first part of your question on market access, let me add a little bit, which is I'd like to take on the premise of your question and your earlier comments that we are not committed to market access. And I think in my opening remarks, I delineated many aspects of market access that we have accomplished over the course of the past year. I would also note that over the course of the past year, in resolving a lot of these disputes and tensions between the United States and our partners, we have managed to convert the leverage of over $20 billion worth of tariffs going both ways into real wins for not just the U.S. economy, but the economy of our partners. Those $20 billion of averted or suspended tariffs also include $7 billion in terms of agricultural trade. So that is quite a bit of market access right there for you. In addition, I think that we've also demonstrated in our conversations with India, with Vietnam, the Philippines, that there are ways to secure market access without a really large, comprehensive, traditional type of free trade agreement. That's not to say that those types of exercises don't also have their place. But I want to get to your second question that really goes to overall our approach to the Indo-Pacific and also what we are aiming to do in the Biden administration. I think that the reason why we are looking at innovative arrangements with our partners, whether in the context of a large trade arrangement or in new formats, is because if you look at the overall world trade array that we have right now, tariff liberalization has taken us quite a far way. We have quite liberalized trade as it is. The problem that we are confronted with today after 2 years of COVID and also Russia's invasion of Ukraine is that this version of globalization that we are living in has not taken us to a place where we feel more secure. In fact, I think we are feeling increasing senses of insecurity in terms of our supply chains and our reliance on partners who we aren't comfortable relying on. And so in our forward approach, our question is going to be always, one, how do we advance trade policies that are supportive of our workers and our economic stakeholders? And a large part of that is how do we pursue trade policies that are going to increase our sense of security and are going to convert a pure focus on trading more into how do we trade smarter with our partners. And that may involve very well market access, but it also involves, I think, a more strategic approach to these conversations, which we will need your input on. As I understand, supply chain and trade resilience is important to every member of Congress that I've spoken to, and I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas to inquire. Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for your service. We're fortunate to have you in this important position. I would ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to include in the record and have distributed to our members, offering together with Mr. Byer, a fact sheet on 1 year of Ambassador Tai's advancing the trade agenda and getting results for American workers, because I think it's difficult to cover all of these accomplishments in 5 minutes.
So ordered.
So I'll pass that back. And let me ask you about one of those that, as you know, is a long-term interest of mine, and that's advancing environmental standards. So pleased to see that you have been in consultation with the Vietnamese and on timber, and took the action with reference to Mexico on environment. I hope that that will continue to be a priority in the office because it was never a priority before. A part of that is assuring that the accomplishment we had in the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement with reference to environment and worker standards is honored in GSP, in the Competes Act, as we approved it here in the House. I don't think we ought to be offering any special preferences to other countries developed or not developed that do not honor appropriate working conditions, environmental standards, and human rights. And so I hope that you will be speaking out in support of the language in the House bill. On Peruvian timber, I've raised that with your office a number of times. This arises from the shortcomings, one of the many shortcomings of the Lighthizer administration to not enforce the Peruvian agreement we had concerning illegal timber coming out of Peru. I would also redirect your attention to the issue that you raised about COVID vaccines and therapeutics. We know that so many people died around the world because of the obstacle that Big Pharma played on AIDS medications, and don't want to see that happen with the maldistribution of COVID vaccines and therapeutics. Even if the original TRIPS waiver that you advocated for is not approved, are you hopeful that there can be some change in trade limitations in getting more COVID vaccine and therapeutics out to the rest of the world?
Thank you so much, Mr. Doggett, for that particular question with respect to COVID and getting vaccines and therapeutics out to the world. Yes, it is very much in the Biden administration's posture that we need to solve the COVID pandemic, not just as a public health matter, which falls outside of my jurisdiction really, but as an economic matter. If we are going to experience the kind of robust global economic recovery that is key to a robust American economic recovery, we need to deploy all the tools and push ourselves to address the COVID needs of the world, and that's the entire world, and that is because as demonstrated in our trade relationships, we are all interconnected with each other, like it or not. And in order to prosper, we all need to be able to get to the other side of COVID.
Thank you. And on Ukraine, as you know, the day after the Russians invaded Ukraine, together with Mr. Blumenauer, I offered legislation to end most favored nation treatment for Russia and to encourage its expulsion from the World Trade Organization. It's very troubling that now, over a month later, Congress has still not approved final legislation, nor has any legislation been signed into law. Can you give us a brief update on what Russian imports are coming into the United States and what potential there is for continuing to isolate Russia from any benefits and any funds for its war machine?
Thank you. Let me just say on PNTR and the removal of MFN treatment for Russia, let me just say at the top, we as the United States are strongest when our government speaks with one voice and with respect to the goal of removing the courtesy of most favored nation treatment for Russia because of what Russia's done. I want to express to you and Mr. Blumenauer and your colleagues on the other side of the aisle here in the House and in the other chamber, really commend you for the strength of your voice and conviction on this particular issue. I know that the legislation is still moving its way through our system, but I want to let you know that that clarity coming from the different branches of our government and the unity of the voice has been absolutely critical in our work with our trading partners and with our foreign policy allies.
Thank the gentleman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. I want to also thank the Ambassador Tai for joining us here today. Let me just say up front, I've got two questions. I just feel like we had such good momentum coming off of USMCA. We haven't been on the field. We haven't been engaged. In terms of this committee, the way I've seen it, I led the effort on trade the last year or so, year and a half, whatever that time frame is. 95% of the jobs, opportunities they claim are outside the U.S. 1 in 5 jobs in Florida is trade related. And I just feel like China's engaged. I know COVID's been a challenge, but I just feel like we're just nowhere where we need to be. I think the focus has been on the domestic agenda here with the administration and not in terms of trade and opportunities in and around the world. So let me say that. My first question, Ambassador, is the USTR has no internal appeals process if a business is denied an exclusion to Section 301 tariffs. I'd like to ask if your office would consider establishing such a process, and if you would also commit to improving communication with the business community that have applications pending.
Mr. Buchanan, the administration of the exclusions process and the integrity of that process is of utmost importance to us. And I would be happy to continue the conversation with you and to have our teams talk about your concerns with past administration experiences and how we can improve those for you and your stakeholders.
Also, I'd like to turn now to a different issue. The Biden administration plans to strip intellectual property rights from companies that make COVID-19 vaccines is deeply troubling to me. Your plan to deprive these American firms of their patent protections is unprecedented and will undermine future investments in life-saving drugs and therapies. It's similar to President Biden's war against domestic energy, which resulted in less investment in oil and gas producers and contributes to rising gas prices. China has been stealing our secrets for many years. I was in Beijing 20 years ago, and intellectual properties was a big issue then, and we've made little or no progress, and it's not just currently, but over the last 20 years. So we need to protect American jobs and promote domestic manufacturing here in America. Your plan does not exactly do that. It's the opposite. A letter I've got here that we sent to you, myself and Buddy Carter, we sent it to President Biden, opposing this waiver, was signed by 116 House members. And again, we haven't heard a response back from the President or yourself. I'd like to give you an additional copy of the letter and see if you could get back to us with your thoughts and your ideas. But in terms of giving away a lot of our IP, what's your thoughts on where that's at and why we're going down this road?
Well, Mr. Buchanan, I will be happy to receive your letter. I'm sure that I have a copy of it, and if you haven't received a response yet, we will work on that right away.
I'll submit this for the record if I may.
Thank you very much. On your question of whether or not we are working to give away American IP, no, we are not. And let me also say an additional point, which is you described the efforts at the WTO as something that was unprecedented. And I want to highlight for you that in the early 2000s, I think it was 2001, 2002, the WTO actually made amendments to the TRIPS agreement in response, and it was quite late in the game, but the WTO was able to do it in response to the AIDS epidemic. And the changes that were made were in recognition of the problem that we had worldwide around the development of effective treatments for HIV that were nevertheless unable to reach affected populations at the time, many of which were in Africa, because of the cost of those treatments. And so the efforts that were made in the early 2000s were to
I guess my point is what keeps China from getting, or other countries getting, our intellectual properties? So you give it to different countries, and then all of a sudden everybody else has access.
On that specific concern, I want to reflect back to you that I have heard from members of Congress and others around that, and I hear your concerns loud and clear.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for joining us. I feel like I should break into a song from Welcome Back, Carter, and because you are so highly recognized for your achievements, both while you were serving on this committee, and I commend Representative Doggett and Beyer for putting this out. I think your record of accomplishment speaks to itself. But let me cut to the chase and give you time to respond on two fronts. Obviously, the work you did both here on the committee and as ambassador as it relates to USMCA is extraordinary. Could you go into detail on two fronts? One, the incredible achievement with labor in Mexico, how you were able to get two companies to organize, and how you supported people and what the effect of that has been. And then environmentally as well, I think as Representative Doggett outlined what you've been able to do with regard to illegal timber and illegal wildlife trade, et cetera. If you could elaborate on those two parts. And finally, any suggestions that you have going forward, or the role you see in terms of holding Russia and Belarus responsible for their actions through trade.
Thank you for your very kind words, Mr. Larson, and I'll just note, even though you chose not to break into song, that I have heard you sing, and you have a lovely singing voice. That's not to encourage you at this moment, though, because
Did you hear that, Kildee?
I object, Mr. Chairman.
She's undercutting her point.
But to your substantive questions, on our labor actions with respect to Mexico, this is something that I would love to take the opportunity to highlight, which is the rapid response mechanism. We often think about as an enforcement mechanism, which it is. But one of the very innovative aspects of this mechanism is that it is designed to support Mexico in its implementation of a very ambitious labor justice reform that Mexico has undertaken. So with respect to our use of the rapid response mechanism twice, related to two facilities in Mexico, I just want to highlight that the success there which has taken the form of free union votes that have allowed the workers there to overwhelmingly elect their own representatives, and representatives from unions that are recognized as truly independent ones in Mexico, is a win not just for us and our workers, it is a win also for Mexico and its workers. And so I want to highlight how this innovative mechanism, which came out of a bipartisan process and a collaboration between this committee, between the Congress and the previous administration, is very much an inspiration for us in terms of innovative approaches to trade that will allow us to make trade more of a force for good and persuade our people that we pursue trade policies to make our people and our workers stronger. On the environment as well, we have initiated the first consultation under USMCA around a desire to see Mexico step up on protecting the vaquita porpoise. They look like dolphins, I'm told. And address their unregulated fishing of the totoaba fish. And again here, we are looking in the first instance for a cooperation from Mexico, using the tools that we have in this agreement to create the incentives for both of us and our stakeholders on both sides of the border to come together to solve the problem. On Russia and Belarus, let me say this in terms of our trade tools. The swiftness that we have acted with our allies and the weight of the sanctions response to Russia and Belarus, I think, is really quite something to behold. And in terms of what we might do in trade, there's obviously the MFN approach at the WTO. There is the cessation of the accession process for Belarus to the WTO. I know that this committee and members here have thoughts about actions that we can take using trade to create those negative consequences for Russia and Belarus. I also just want to flag that I am very convinced that trade also has a role to play in addressing the economic instability and the disruptions that are going to impact the global economy as a result of Russia and Belarus's actions, and that there also lies a lot of potential for work that we can do from the administration with members of this committee to try to cushion the impact for the rest of the world.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome again, Madam Ambassador. It's great to be with you and great to have conversations here today as well as outside of this chamber. But what I wanted to do before I get into my parochial issue is just associate myself with my colleagues' comments on China. And we've discussed this previously and the issue that China represents to America and America's position in the world. And anything I can do, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, that we can do to send a message to China that the aggressiveness, the lack of honoring commitments will be held to account. And as we go through this potential transition in the future economic model, that we continue to work together to make sure that America's interests are always at the table and being represented. So I look forward to working with you on that. And your long history of being associated with this committee. I really do appreciate your skill set and your experience. So from this side of the aisle, I'm one voice to send you a message that I appreciate the way you conduct yourself in this position. And that being said, I wanted just to dive down in particular on the USMCA. We have the first precedent coming out in regards to the Canadian dairy violations that have occurred in regards to not honoring the spirit, intent, and the ability to access the Canadian dairy market. I get the issues that Canada say. I've talked to the Prime Minister directly on this issue over the years, and I understand the politics of it. I understand the difficulty that Canada has with dairy historically. But I can tell you, coming from Western New York, being very close to the Canadian market, a lot of our smaller dairy operations, and I've worked with Mr. Kine in Wisconsin on these issues, and what I see is an opportunity with this first case that comes under the USMCA to say enough is enough, that when we enter into trade agreements, they're not just a piece of paper, that there is obligations that come with that agreement, and you can't play games with it. And I just want to say to you and to Canada, who's maybe watching this hearing, that I'm very disappointed in how they handled dairy access, especially for our New York dairy farmers. And I'm going to be very firm in my conversations with them, the Canadian government, as well as others, to say that's not right. And so we want to stand with you in regards to how the implementation of the solutions that come out of this dispute settlement decision are implemented. And so that being said, I will offer you the opportunity to comment on how you view this initial case under the USMCA, how you view the setting of the precedent of how this is handled to hold our partners, Mexico and Canada, in other areas of the USMCA. And then finally, what can we do, I do, as a member of Congress to support you in your effort to hold Canada accountable on this dairy-specific issue?
Mr. Reed, as you were describing your views on the meaning of international trade agreements, that they're more than just a piece of paper and that they need to be translated into real-world results, in this case, access to Canada's dairy market, I want to let you know I'm 100% in agreement with the way you look at this issue. When we renewed the NAFTA in the form of the USMCA, you're right, this has been a long-standing issue between our economies. I think that there was a clear understanding on our side that dairy market access would be improved under the USMCA, and we have not seen that. And so from a USTR perspective, we will not give up. We'll continue to work with our stakeholders. By the way, I had a really excellent visit with Congressman Kind and the dairy farmers in his district. Dairy farmers, I don't think I've ever met anybody who works harder than a dairy farmer. That is a tough and disciplined life. I absolutely respect the aspirations of our dairy farmers, and I look forward to working with you, including on strategy for where we go next in contending with a continuing challenge with Canada.
I appreciate that, Madam Ambassador, and the door is wide open on this issue to you. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the Trade Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Blumenauer, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate you listing some of the ambassador's accomplishments and having Representative Beyer and Doggett introduce the fact sheet into the record. I think it's very, very important. I find it ironic that some of my Republican colleagues are quick to criticize President Biden, who were strangely mute in the last administration with some of the outrageous activities. For example, designating Canada as a national security threat to the United States and invoking trade sanctions. And I know a lot of the work that you've had is sort of picking up the shambles, reestablishing relationships with some of our trusted partners and dealing with credibility around the world. There will be time for Trade Promotion Authority. I look forward to it. I've worked on it in the past, but it's when it's time, when we put the pieces in place and moving forward. I appreciate the support of the Biden administration for a worker-centered trade policy. There will be ample opportunities, in fact, even in the legislation that we'll be considering this week, where we have elements there like reauthorizing trade adjustment assistance, but being very firm with China on things like de minimis loopholes. We'll have an opportunity to move this forward. I look forward to being able and I appreciate part of what you've done in terms of your diplomatic skills, because the federal government is a massive organization. And while you are the designated trade spokesperson, there are other agencies and individuals who have interest and engagement. And I appreciate you navigating that and being focused from the trade perspective. I'm hopeful, and maybe this isn't directly part of your responsibility. This may bleed into commerce a little bit, but we're talking about CHIPS legislation. And I hope that we're able to focus on some of the legacy CHIPS. I mean, there's massive new programs that, including some in my state that are involved with, but paying attention to legacy CHIPS, not having access to a 15 or 20 cent chip for an automobile has devastating consequences for the supply chain. And I hope we can have a little more attention for the legacy chips. And actually, I've got people in my district who are working on that who I think have an opportunity to offer it up. I would like you to focus, if you could, on the United Kingdom, the EU, and Kenya as opportunities that our trade subcommittee is going to be looking on moving forward. What is your sense of the priority we have in dealing with those key areas and advice guiding how we can work with you on that?
Thank you for your kind words, Chairman Blumenauer, and I think I'm very lucky in my current position to be able to continue to work with you and all of the members of this committee. I know how important trade is to all of you. I think the specific question that you've asked me is around the UK, EU, and Kenya. Let me say this because I think it applies to all three of them. These are all three important trading partners for the United States and important strategic allies. For each of them, I have spent a lot of time in the last year continuing to build our relationship on trade bilaterally, but also in multilateral forums where we overlap, whether it's the G7, the G20, the OECD, the WTO, et cetera. I think that really the sky's the limit in terms of the opportunities that are before us. And I've been very, very gratified by the partnership and the responses that I've gotten from my counterparts in London, in Brussels, and Nairobi, and other European capitals from the member states in terms of pursuing a vision for working together on trade to address the challenges that we are facing today. The world keeps getting more complicated. And the impacts on trade continue to expand. And so I think that there's not only great potential here, but there's also a very, very strong mandate for us to enhance our collaboration and to push ourselves beyond some of our traditional structures to think about how we can harness trade tools in combination with other tools to help make each other stronger and more resilient.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman. And Ms. Ty, it's really good to see you again. My concern, as you know, over the last number of years, and I will say this, the last administration had a chance to weigh in on this and did not weigh in on it properly because they used the wrong language and didn't understand what the problem was, apparently. What I'm talking about is the last producer of grain-oriented electric steel in America is a half mile from the dealership that I own and about a mile from the home that I live in. And the people that are employed there, about 1,400 people from my hometown, they're employed there making this grain-oriented electric steel. And people say, what the hell are you talking about? And I'm saying, when you take a ride, look at telephone poles, and any place you see a gray canister, understand that's a transformer. Inside that transformer is this electric steel. The last producer, domestic producer of grain-oriented electric steel in America is AK Steel in Butler. Now it's called Cleveland Cliffs. For the life of me, I don't understand. When we keep losing market share and then say, well, you know, these people aren't playing by the rules, and we're going to write them a really nasty letter, or we're going to call them out on it, and I'm sure they're going to get in line. We have lost so much market share in this country over the years because of foreign competition that refuses to play on a level playing field, and yet we watch it. We watch not only the loss of product that we make, but there's a loss of jobs. And the bigger issue is national security. This issue is really critical, not just to the 1,400 people that live in the town that I live in and make this steel, but for our national security. Now, we are talking about infrastructure and what we need to do to improve our grid, and we are doing the same thing with grain-oriented electric steel that we did with PPP and PPE and all these things that we need to keep ourselves safe and healthy and everything, and we've allowed them to go overseas because it was a little bit cheaper. Maybe cheaper at the time you bought them, but not cheaper when you give up market share. We have given up so much market share. This is going to start sounding like a stump speech, and that's the danger of having these committee meetings. But I will tell you this, we have a real, clear and present danger right now globally because we keep losing market share. This grain-oriented electric steel, I used to talk quite often to the former administration. I said, will you please take a look at this? And I was always told, yeah, we're going to take a look at it. And they did. They took a look at it. But they didn't do a damn thing to change it. So I think we come into Congress and we represent a bunch of people back home who expect us to be their representative. I hate being called a congressman. I'd rather be called a representative. All of us represent about 750,000 people. I don't care if they're Republican, Democrat, Independent. Some of them don't care of anything about us, but we need to care the hell about them. We have lost so much over the years, and I don't know how you get up and go to work every day and your staff gets up and goes to work every day and say, you know what, we are going to negotiate something that is fair. And the rest of the world looks at us and says, there they go again. They're going to make it fair and we're going to grab market share. I got to tell you, this thing that I have, this is a personal issue with me with grain-oriented electric steel. Please, when you're driving, not you, I'm talking to America, look at those gray canisters and understand that right now, the steel inside those canisters are not domestically produced. We have allowed foreign competitors and people, quite honestly, who on a world stage, we have saved them over the years from bad actors and allowed them to continue to prosper at our expense. I don't think at the end of the day that when we're the first responder to anything that goes wrong in the world, we're the ones that show up. The only thing I guarantee you, if something happened in America today that was a tragedy, nobody comes to help us. If something happens anywhere in the world, we're the first ones to respond. The only way we can do that is by having a dynamic and really strong economy. So I would just say, as we work together, and I know you've been working on this. I mean, listen, believe me, I know how hard you've worked on this, but at some point, we better start paying attention to clocks and calendars. I hate like hell to watch the market that we've lost in my rearview mirror. I'd rather look at opportunities in the windshield and say, we can keep those opportunities if we work smart. Trade agreements are okay. I don't know how you enforce these things, by the way. So we go to the WTO and they say, fine, you got a really good case, we'll get back to you in 10 years. By that time, it's over, game done. So anything we can do to work with you on this grain-oriented electric steel, and I know my colleagues are going to say, shut up about grain-oriented electric steel. I said, I will. But I want to make sure that when you hit that switch, the light comes on, and I know how it gets there. It doesn't come out of a plug on the wall. It has to be transported to you, and we do it through grain-oriented electric steel. Mr. Chairman, thank you for doing this. As far as people that represent us in trade, you got to be the toughest cats in the room because people love taking advantage of us. Thank you so much.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Kine, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, welcome back. And we do want to thank you for your service to this committee in your prior position and your service to our country in your current position. And I do want to commend you and congratulate you on the progress that you've made in your first year in this position, working with the President, the administration on trade policy. I mean, being able to find a landing zone for Boeing Airbus was not easy. That was an irritant for many, many years, and we're heading in the right direction there. The rolling back of the disastrous 232 policies from the previous administration with the EU, Japan, UK now, and the enforcement actions that you've taken with USMCA, Mexico labor, and I associate myself with the remarks of my good friend from New York, Canada Dairy. There's still work to be done there, but we had a very favorable decision, and you've been pressing the case, and I think that's important and it needs to be acknowledged. Let me throw two questions at you and just hear your response. You've mentioned in the past that you feel that the current tools that are available to you in dealing with China and other non-market-based economies seem insufficient in today's modern era with the state-driven economic policies and the lack of rule-based policies that they're pursuing. I'd be curious to hear from you what further thoughts you have and what more you might need in order to counteract it. But also, let me just state that I've always felt the best way for us to beat China is to outcompete China. Let's outcompete them by investing in quality education and workforce development and broadband and infrastructure and basic and applied research and science, technology, engineering, math. That's going to enable us to outcompete China, and not tit-for-tat trade wars that often lead collateral damage on both sides and don't advance many measures. So I'd be interested to hear what further tools you've been thinking about that might be necessary, not just China, but non-market-based. But also I want to hear your response to the imbalance that I felt for some time in regards to the use of 232 trade remedies. The previous administration, the president in particular, decided to wake up in a foul mood and start slapping these 232 on some of our closest friends and allies. Chairman Blumenauer, pointed out how funny it was that we were accusing Canada of being a national security threat, and yet he did that with some of our closest friends and allies around the globe. And I think that imbalance exists in lack of consultation with Congress. I've introduced, if you've known in the past, bipartisan legislation to try to restore that balance and get Congress back in the game before 232s are issued. Just like to hear your thoughts on those two subjects.
Thank you, Mr. Kind. I know how much you care about trade in particular, and appreciate these questions. On the discussion around new tools that we need, I actually would like to build off of what Mr. Kelly said, because I agreed with all of it. And I think that what is key for us going forward is to keep our eye on the ball with respect to, as Mr. Kelly put it, market share. We have lost so much of it with respect to many industries, and I'll just say on grain-oriented electrical steel, if you will indulge me, Mr. Kind, to build on something that Mr. Kelly said, which is a lot of people feel like, on steel and aluminum, this goes to the 232 question also, whoa, those are industries of the past. Let those go. The fact of the matter is, I think that our chase for efficiency over the past several decades has really compromised our security and our sense of security. And, as much as we are innovating and moving our economies into cyberspace, into outer space, we still live in a brick and mortar world. And, I'm just looking around this room and this building and just imagining how much steel and aluminum is embedded just in the spaces that we continue to exist in. So we need to look comprehensively at our economy and not lose sight of the fact, to Mr. Blumenauer's point, that cutting edge chips are the bright shiny objects, and they are the key to leading in the future. But legacy chips literally power our everyday experience. So that's one point. I would say this then, to build on that, which is among the tools that I think are going to be critical for us are tools that are frankly maybe formally outside of the trade lane, but nevertheless are intricately linked to our trade interests, and that is rebuilding our industrial manufacturing base. It has eroded to a point where we're now fighting ourselves and fighting our allies as we try to build this back. And this goes to 232 as an example, where in industries that we have lost, and we see this also in solar, it is so difficult to rebuild. We end up fighting each other through stakeholders regionally here in the U.S., and we end up fighting our allies over the scraps that are left us in the global marketplace. So I think those investments that you mentioned are absolutely critical. I am so proud of the U.S. Congress, the U.S. administration, for working together on the investments that we've already made, and I know that there are more in the queue, and there are more that we need to work on and build out. Our alliances, tools that we develop, ideally they are tools that we can coordinate with our trading partners, because we all know we are stronger when we act together. And I also want to say that some of our traditional tools, like anti-dumping, countervailing duties, they can be quite surgical, That is great when your problem it can be resolved by surgery. When your problem is larger and more systemic, or over time as you use those tools and you discover that the existing tools need to be updated, those also need to be updated. And I want to commend Congresswoman Sewell and the others who have put their shoulder behind the Leveling the Playing Field Act. So all of the above and more, I think that the creativity and the urgency that members of Congress bring to this conversation are going to be critical to us across the board in outcompeting others.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, to inquire.
Thank you. Ambassador Tai, I have two questions, and I'm going to ask them both and then let you respond. But first, just seems like a no-brainer. We all know about the problems with inflation. I hear about it from my constituents every time I go out into the public. People are scared and worried, and particularly food prices. Now, we've got 19% tariffs on fertilizer and tariffs on components coming into the country, some of which are not available inside this country. And those directly affect food prices. And why the administration is not moving to relieve those tariffs is beyond my comprehension. That's the first question. The second question is on China. China is the Chinese government, not the Chinese people. The Chinese government are crooks, and they want to steal from us. And so it's fine, like my friend Mr. Kine said, that he wants to beat them straight up with developing innovation and intellectual property and those types of things, but that doesn't work if they will steal them from you. And they have, and they continue to steal those things from us. So it's difficult to win that war when we develop and go through the time and trouble and effort to do it, and it's immediately stolen from us. They will steal from us in market access on American products going into China. They manipulate their currency, and they go so far as actually slavery to be competitive. And it's difficult, we don't want to compete in that arena, but we want to compete fairly, right? So the World Trade Organization has proven itself ineffective. The structure of the World Trade Organization is for people of goodwill, and these are not people of goodwill. And they will not change unless we force them to change. The one bargaining chip that we have is access to our market. We are 5% of the world's population and 20% of the world's market. And to succeed, they have to have access to our market. Hence, President Trump's tariffs to force the Chinese to the table. We got to a phase one agreement. The goal, which Ambassador Lighthizer was very clear about throughout, was that we would hold them at the table to ultimately get a unilaterally enforceable agreement, where if they violated the agreement with us, we could unilaterally enforce it. They understood that goal, I understood that goal, everybody on the committee understood that goal. So what set this thing aside was COVID. It stopped it. And that's terribly unfortunate. We should be at phase 2 or phase 3 by now. I don't believe the Biden administration is ever going to pursue it. But that being said, do you agree that where we need to go is an unilaterally enforceable agreement, or do you think that the World Trade Organization will magically become actually effective with respect to these criminals? If not, what is your plan to bring China to the table? And what is your ultimate plan to hold them accountable?
So, Mr. Rice, your first question related to inflation, food prices, fertilizer, and components, and asking why the administration hasn't lifted tariffs on those products. And let me say one thing on this, because I think it also hooks into the second part of your question, which relates to the leverage created by...
Well, it affects Americans every day at the grocery store, and it's a no-brainer.
Okay. Well, I guess what I would say is the tariffs that the Trump administration raised on China to create leverage as part of the Phase 1 agreement, those tariffs also affect people's everyday experiences. And what I would say is that where we are in the evolution, our experience in the global economy, it is very clear to us I think collectively that we can't keep doing what we have been doing. So first, on your question on food prices, fertilizer, and components, I would say that this particular issue has been drawn into sharper relief given the Russian invasion into Ukraine. And that's a conversation that I'm happy to have with you and others. Overall, on China, yes, I agree with you there as well. We cannot stop pushing China for change. And the points that I've made earlier are that we can't just wait for China to change. We have right now tariffs on over $300 or $400 billion worth of Chinese imports. That has not incentivized China to change. And so what we need to do is continuing our efforts to create pressure for China to change. We need to start doing things on our side, and that's the development of tools, that is the investments, that's the reshoring and the rebuilding of our manufacturing base. That is the plan that we need to pursue going forward.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, welcome back to the Ways and Means Committee. I'm proud of your first year, and I hope the best is yet to come. You repeatedly argue existing trade tools need to be strengthened and new tools forged to curtail unfair trade policies. One measure we included in the American Competes Act empowers the administration with new tools to review the security of supply chains. So I was pleased that Secretary Raimondo expressed support for the making enhanced screening the law. That's very critical, I believe, in the problems we just gone through the last 2 years. I recognize we need to get the size, the scope, and the jurisdiction right. But do you agree we need a new law, creating a screening tool to protect our supply chain?
Mr. Pascrell, I know you and I are aligned on many, many of our values, and in terms of the need for us to fortify our supply chains and create resilience, I think we need to leave no stone unturned in that effort.
Okay. To further isolate Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine, President Biden wants to deny Russia the benefits of WTO membership. I agree. While Republicans in the other chamber continue to, I think, sit on our House bill, nothing prevents you from raising this issue at the WTO. I think there's a meeting in 2 months. When will you use the voice and influence of the United States to suspend the Russian Federation's participation in the WTO?
Mr. Pascrell, we have always been prepared to do this, and we did see in the legislative text the desire of Congress for us to do so. We have been doing this with our allies and the Europeans and others. We've introduced essentially text at the WTO condemning Russia, and we are expanding out our outreach to partners at the WTO to join us.
But you have to agree with my friend from Pennsylvania. You know, there have been too many hiccups on specific things as well as general policy, regardless of whether Democrat or Republican was in the White House. So I hope there's movement, and I hope we follow through with what we say. That's my wish. And I was pleased that your NAFTA labor rapid response victories, I thought that was great. You know my feelings about it. You help workers secure new union representation. This opens the door to better wages, better benefits for workers, helps our workers back in the United States so that it doesn't look that attractive going to another nation. This is most important, and the statistics will prove it out. of how we keep jobs in the United States of America. And that will benefit the workers here and in Mexico and Canada, et cetera. We've made inroads against corrupt ways of the past. But this weekend, a crooked union at a GM factory in northern Mexico won their vote. And a protection union remains in control at the infamous Mandela's bakery near the border. Only 16 of the 2,749 ratification votes broke the protection union. 16 of 27, over 2,700. Some of that still await certification. A great start, a long way to go. An independent union has a chance when resources are provided to workers and labor tools are used. What is USTR doing to provide more support for those workers? And when can we expect the next labor case? Will you raise Trident X certification with your counterparts?
Mr. Pascrell, I completely agree with you. We are very proud of the successes of our first actions working with Mexico, but the work is far from over. So we will continue to pursue the program that we have been, I think that you raise excellent points.
I'll make this final point quickly, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Having worked here, you well know that past executive commitments on consulting with Congress have not always been taken seriously. And that's being diplomatic about it. You know how I feel about Article 1, Section 8. So I appreciate the USTR is consulting with Congress on the Indo-Pacific economic framework. We need to do something about that area. And I think times have changed.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ambassador, can I ask you to consider something? Requesting an extraordinary meeting. If some of the articles that we've been collecting in our office from the last month, that grain supplies in the world, fertilizer costs, that a number of countries are hoarding. There's some fascinating stories that China actually began large-scale hoarding of grains last year. I think we have a moral obligation. We might be wrong, and that would be wonderful. But if we're right, what is the moral obligation, your leadership, this country's leadership, Congress's leadership here, to say we need to at least understand, is there going to be starvation in the world this coming fall? And instead of making excuses of, well, that would be difficult, you know, it would be uncomfortable. And in many ways, it's the same thing with hydrocarbons. The policies of hoarding, many financial policies in the United States, the world now is burning dramatically more coal. We burnt 23% more coal last year because of these policies. But I have this intense concern, and you are one of the keys to the leadership of bringing together, particularly the grain producers, consumers. Do we need to understand what is the actual threat coming at us at the end of the summer?
Mr. Schweikert, thank you for raising these concerns. They absolutely are critical to us, whether it's food or energy. Those are essentials to our way of life. I agree with you. I think that given the disruptions we've experienced with COVID, now with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it feels like the world keeps getting more and more complicated, and a shortfall in terms of food around the world would even further complicate and cause suffering. that we've all been going through now for several years. So let's talk. I think you are right that leadership is required here.
And Madam Ambassador, in many ways, it's a free option. If we're wrong, okay, maybe chicken little a bit. If we're right and we do something for the encouragement of more production, but you got to do it now within the next month. You know, for much of North America to plant. Is it too late? There's stories of the rotation away from wheat and corn to soy because of fertilizer prices. The ethical terror of that we didn't move fast enough, and one of the stories says they expect a couple million to die of starvation in sub-Saharan Africa. You know the violence, the things that come with that. And look, I have dozens of questions here on Mexican energy supplies and them meeting their, but I don't understand why this isn't a movement amongst Republicans and Democrats, people who just, care. So my pitch is real simple. Get together the really smart people really, really fast, and is this happening or is it not happening? Are there levers we in North America and the rest of the producing world could do right now to make it not happen? I'm going to also send a copy of a letter in regards to concerns of the Mexican energy markets and their capacity. In many ways, they could also be useful at this moment, too. Also, with the extraordinary, the WTO meeting is in June. And my fixation of cleaning up the adjudication process there and the timelines. So we have only 30 seconds. Any comments there? And then we'll do some of it in writing.
Mr. Schweikert, yes. Let's look at those levers. I have been talking to some very smart people, one of them Tom Vilsack, about the food security issue. But to your point, let's really, really focus. On Mexico energy, I convened a roundtable just on Friday. Ranking Member Brady participated, as well as Congresswoman Escobar. Stakeholders, traditional energy producers, renewable energy producers, and our environmental organizations, and hearing their views and testimony was very, very powerful. And I will work with all of you on that. And on the WTO and MC12, that is an organization that requires reform badly. And the challenges that we are facing really highlight that, but also highlight our need to figure out how to pragmatically work within that organization too. And I know how much you care about the timelines piece. We will continue to continue our conversation with you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank you for your patience, Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for the outstanding work that you have done, and we know that you will continue to do. The administration has noted the importance of using trade policy to advance economic growth for underserved and marginalized communities. To what extent and how successful have prior U.S. trade initiatives been that attempted to advance economic growth for such communities? How can trade policy initiatives be targeted to ensure they benefit specific groups? And what metrics will you use to assess progress on this goal? And what steps is the administration taking to achieve this policy goal, especially in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework Initiative and in our trade relationships with African nations?
Congressman Davis, thank you for this question. It is something that we think about quite a lot. I'll just start with this. I personally think that one of the reasons why trade policy is really popular, my guess is one of the reasons why this committee is so proud of having jurisdiction over trade is because trade policy as it's developed is based on the principles of non-discrimination and creating opportunities for all and a prosperity that reaches everyone in our own country and also everyone around the world. To your question about what previous administrations have done, let me just say, I think that is the reason why we all love the idea of trade policy. But as a factual matter, I don't know that any of us actually has ever stopped to try to assess or measure how successful our trade policies have been in delivering opportunities for everyone, and that's within our own system and also worldwide. So this is a large part of the reason why USTR has asked the U.S. International Trade Commission to undertake a very significant study and investigation into how trade policies have impacted our communities here in the United States, whether or not we have the data that will give us a picture of the success of our trade policies in this area, and whether or not we need to be collecting new, different data. All of this information, fact-based, evidence-based, is going to be critical to us to understand how we improve the performance of our trade policies so that our trade policies live up to the promises that make trade in concept so very popular to all of us. On your questions around the Indo-Pacific and also our African partners, this is absolutely an animating spirit in our conversations with those trading partners. I hear from them as well a really keen interest in ensuring that our collective trade policies, the trade arrangements that we pursue, work in concert with other economic policies that they are pursuing to ensure that communities within their own countries, but also entire countries that are behind, do not get left further behind in the current disrupted economic experiences that we're all having, and that when we move into an economic recovery, that those are inclusive economic recoveries that don't exacerbate the inequalities that we know we see in our own economy and around the world.
There's some research that suggests that higher tariffs impact negatively on low-income households. Could you have a comment on that?
Mr. Davis, could you repeat the beginning part of your question? I apologize, I didn't quite catch it.
That higher tariffs affect negatively on low-income households.
We're very sensitive to those concerns, and in our pursuit for greater resilience, the differential impacts on different communities is something that we care very much about and are thinking about.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ambassador, good to see you as well. Thanks for being here. I'd like to associate myself first with some of the words that were already spoken about our concern on TRIPS and the IP and those kinds of things that we talked about. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time on that. I just want to associate myself with those. I'm very concerned as well. But I wanted to ask the question about the Chinese Communist Party being held accountable for the egregious human rights atrocities and unfair trade practices.
Would the gentlelady suspend? Somebody needs to mute, please.
I can't mute anything.
We can't.
Really?
So we'll allow the gentlelady to reclaim her time plus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back to Chinese Communist Party, holding them accountable for the egregious human rights atrocities and unfair trade practices. I believe we can do that while ensuring that American workers and small businesses don't pay that price. Are you planning to offer a new 301 exclusion process that will allow a broader range of companies to apply for meaningful relief?
Congressman Wolarski, I'm in full agreement with you that morally outrageous and also economically disadvantageous practices, we absolutely need to hold governments that perpetrate those accountable. On an exclusions process, as you know, last October, I gave a speech outlining the Biden administration's strategy on trade and the first steps that we were prepared to take. We started an exclusions process that we just concluded last week by announcing one set of exclusions. I announced at the time that we are considering and will continue to consider additional processes as they are warranted, and that continues to be true today.
Let me ask you this. Why did USTR leave the retroactive date for the exclusion reinstatements frozen at October 12th, 2021?
We looked at the entire process for the exclusions that we just ran and wanted to, above all else, create a process in terms of its administration that had integrity, that was fair and transparent. And that was the outcome of our deliberation. If you'd like more detail on it, I'd be happy to talk to you about that more.
Sure. I just have one follow-up. The exclusions that were reinstated have now been certified by USTR as not available outside China at least 3 times, and that the importer should not pay tariffs on the product. What's the policy for subjecting these products to tariffs for 10 months? Because I'll tell you, here's the issue for me. This has real consequences in my district, which you know is a manufacturing powerhouse. What would you say to a small business that's been told at least 3 times by USTR that its product cannot be sourced outside China but still is on the hook for 10 months worth of tariffs?
Well, Congressman Walorski, what I would say is we have tried to bring integrity and transparency to the process, and if there are continued concerns, we're happy to continue to talk to you and others about it.
I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Before I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, the chair would announce that we will now proceed to a 2-for-1 exchange with members. That's keeping with previous committee practices. And I also want to recognize Mr. Kine for a moment. We have some British parliamentarians that are our guests here at the Ways and Means Committee, and leave it to Mr. Kine to introduce them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a quick moment of personal privilege to welcome a variety of British members of Parliament who are with us this week as part of the British American Parliamentary Group. They've stopped into the committee hearing I see in the back of the room to kind of catch the flavor of what's being discussed here. I caution them, however, there's not going to be any real earth-shattering news in regards to the U.S.-UK bilateral agreement, but we are working very hard to try to get that on track and proceed accordingly. And I know Ambassador Tai shares our wishes on that as well. So we welcome them here today, and thanks for visiting us this week. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Could our guests stand, perhaps, so that we could recognize them? Thank you. Yeah. The chair misspoke. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, is recognized to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, for the opportunity to discuss the Biden administration's trade agenda. I think it's very timely, and I want to thank Ambassador Tai for returning home to the Ways and Means Committee to brief us on all her good work. We appreciate it, and we're glad that you are here with us today. I do just want to quickly remind you that you were under oath when you stated that Mr. Larson has a good singing voice, and I wanted to make sure that that was your true testimony. I'm teasing, obviously. I strongly believe in the importance of putting workers first. Like the president, I'm a big advocate for a worker-centric approach to trade that protects working families both at home and abroad, as you had stated earlier in your testimony. And to that end, I'm so pleased that we're here in the Ways and Means Committee and that we were able to come together and draft a strong trade title for the America Competes Act, which passed the House in February. I really believe that this bold bill is going to help the U.S. stand up to China's harmful actions and support American workers here at home. With the Senate now starting the formal conference process last week by passing their version of the bill, I think it's really critical that we protect the strong provisions that we secured in the House bill. And that's why yesterday I led 41 of my colleagues in the Labor Caucus and the House Trade Working Group in sending a letter to congressional leadership, because together we urge them to retain the pro-worker provisions in the American Competes Act as it moves through the conference. Ambassador Tai, I want to thank you again for your efforts to defend American workers and promote a worker-centric trade agenda. As you know, the America Competes Act makes the first significant attempt to modernize the eligibility criteria for the Generalized System of Preferences, or GSP, since 1984. Can you just address how the inability to update labor standards in the GSP has impacted labor conditions abroad, and how would passing the America Competes Act affect workers' rights?
Thank you very much, Congressman. It's great to see you. And I want to say that I will preface my comments on your question, my answer, by being very, very sensitive to the fact that tomorrow I will be appearing before the Senate Finance Committee to do a trade agenda hearing as well. And so not to betray my roots here in the House. Look, I think that it is an incredible accomplishment of the U.S. government, and that goes to the Congress, both chambers, and at this point, 2 administrations to support the idea that trade policies must be pursued in a way that strengthens our workforce and our competitiveness for our regular or ordinary Americans here at home. And with respect to the provisions in the agreements and the, in the legislation, let me just say that we are supportive in the Biden administration of provisions that are consistent with a worker-centric approach. On labor criteria, and let me just say in general, in trade programs, I think it is a hallmark of American trade policy that as a bipartisan matter, that America has spoken that labor conditions and environmental standards are critical aspects to our trade policies, our competitiveness, and the kind of world that we should be constructing for everyone, one that promotes people and promotes the longevity of our planet through our trade policies. So thank you for your question, and I will actually double down that I would swear under oath that Mr. Larson is a good singer.
Just to expand on something that Mr. Larson mentioned earlier, the USMCA's novel rapid response labor mechanism has already been incredibly successful in remedying facility-specific labor violations of freedom of association in Mexico. I was hoping you might be able to speak to what we can learn from USMCA negotiations and how we can replicate the success of the rapid response labor mechanisms in existing and future trade agreements. Specifically, how can we address the inadequate labor provisions in recent FTAs like CAFTA-DR?
Well, I think that what we've accomplished in the USMCA, really hope sets an example to show everyone what is possible. And you know, it's with respect to a really unique and important mechanism on labor enforcement and enhancement of standards in the USMCA. I would be remiss if I were to not mention that the Peru trade agreement includes a very specific, tailored, and groundbreaking mechanism on environmental enforcement that addresses deforestation and some of those issues too. So I'm just tremendously proud of the American record in terms of our innovation and trade arrangements, and want to make sure that we continue to push the envelope for the rest of the world.
Thank you, gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins, to inquire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a point that's particularly relevant today. We have enemies in Eastern Europe, particularly Russia today. We often criticize, justifiably, China. So we're trying to be, at least rhetorically, tough on our enemies. But I think we have to be tougher on ourselves about our enemies. The Middle East and recently Eastern Europe, specifically Russia, have weaponized our addiction to oil and gas to finance their wars against freedom and democracy in Ukraine. Despite what you hear here oftentimes, the United States is not energy independent. The United States imported 672,000 barrels per day of Russian crude oil and refined products last year. That's according to the Energy Information Agency. The Biden administration's initiative to promote enhanced, improved supply chains, electric vehicles, and semiconductor manufacturing is not only important, it is urgent. And you can't talk a tough game in support of America and democracy without taking decisive action on these issues. You know, they say that the Stone Age didn't end because we ran out of stones. And the oil age won't end because we've run out of oil. The oil age will end, and our addiction to it, when we develop electric vehicles that weans us off of our addiction to the money that our enemies use to fight freedom and democracy. Today in the world, there are 211 lithium-ion battery factories. Batteries are 30 to 40% of the entire cost of an electric vehicle. 211 globally. 156 are in China. 22 are in Europe, and 12 are in the United States. China is building one battery plant every single week. The United States is building one battery plant every 4 months. Americans say 75% want an electric vehicle, 50% are reluctant to purchase one because of lack of confidence in infrastructure, charging stations in particular. To build electric vehicles, you have to control the supply chain. If you don't control the supply chain, you are controlled by the supply chain. Top 25 countries for raw materials to make refined lithium-ion batteries, China is number 1, with 80% of the global refining capacity. Out of the top 25, the United States is number 15. The U.S. is not energy independent, and electric vehicles, we are behind. So I would remind all of my colleagues here that tough talk is not helping anyone. And the best way to stabilize the world is to take from those who do not diversify their economies because they can just drill in the ground. That's all they have to do. And Putin steals the money from all of those oil and natural gas revenues to finance his attack on a free and sovereign country. We need to do much more about this. And I know that the President has outlined a compelling and clear vision for it. This Congress shouldn't be fighting the administration on this. This Congress should be leading the nation's response to this. It is unacceptable and it's un-American. So we have to do much better. Ambassador, on a local issue, as you know, the Canadian border was closed for some 19 months. My community borders the Canadian border. During that whole period of time, the Canadian government proposed a 1% tax on property owners that are not Canadian citizens. You're aware of this. I would just ask respectfully that you bring these issues up with your counterpart in Canada. The United States and Canada are friends. We're trading partners. Both countries took a major hit over the past 24 months, and we don't need to be imposing additional restrictions on the purchase and enjoyment of properties on both sides of the border. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chair would recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Ustr, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. I want to just touch on the IP issue again just for a moment, and especially speaking as a physician and a caregiver. You know, I think the protection of intellectual property, especially in the arena of healthcare and vaccines, et cetera, but across the board, the protection is there because it drives innovation, and in this case, it drives treatments and cures, and it's really important. And I think if we take that away, we are very much going to limit our advancements. And science and medicine is moving pretty fast, especially. So I know you said we're not doing that. I just want you to keep that in mind. We should not do that now and into the future. I mean, to me, it's just a form of government theft and another opportunity for an industry to move out of our country. And I do think if we're faced with a situation where we do want to be helpful to the rest of the world, let's promote production here, and or if it makes more sense, let's promote production in the country of need by the person and the group or company that actually owns the intellectual property. I do want to bring up another issue that's important, and I hope it's important to the administration, and that's the U.S.-Haiti trade and economic relationship. We're talking about the Hope Help Trade Preferences legislation. Haiti, everyone knows, faces a series of serious political and economic challenges, and Congress hopefully will act with urgency on this key trade measure. But one of the areas that shines forward there is the apparel sector that does well. And the apparel sector supports 50,000 direct jobs, not to mention indirect jobs, and how it affects families. I've been able to work with Representative Sewell and Representative Plaskett on this. It's an issue that we're all in favor of. So reauthorizing that will give Haiti the opportunity to retain current investment in the sector, as well as create additional desperately needed jobs there. Can you discuss the Biden administration's priorities with respect to this trade and economic relationship?
Certainly. I think with respect to the Caribbean, these are our neighbors. They are close to us, not just in importance and strategic importance, but also they literally are close to us. And one of the lessons, certainly from the past couple of years on supply chains, is and also the current disruption in Eastern Europe, is that geography really matters. On Haiti, the Hope Help programs, again, I think that the spirit that we are bringing to our trade policies, which is to examine how we can make them more effective, how we can, in the overall, make them champion the interests of regular people. With respect to a program like that we have with Haiti, that extends to our development programs, our trade and development programs. And I think, again, this is consistent with what I said to Mr. Davis, an area where we have pursued a really attractive policy, which is that these preference programs are intended to facilitate trade, to stimulate development in our partner countries, but over time we actually don't have a good sense for how successful we are being. So absolutely, we need to continue to be attentive to the needs of our neighbor here. But I'm also very open to thinking through and working with you and others on how we can make existing programs that we've had even more effective, because I think that there is a delta there that we can and should really exploit. On the intellectual property issue, if you will let me just say this. You know, a lot of the debate is framed around either you are respecting intellectual property rights or you are giving intellectual property away. It's a very black and white conversation. I just want to bring that conversation back to the ongoing debate over intellectual property, which is, yes, our country, I believe intellectual property is embedded in our Constitution. And innovation has been key to us all along. It is not a matter of negating intellectual property rights, but the question has always been, what is the balance of rights? The balance between the innovator and the balance of the people on the other side of the equation. And it becomes a really critical question when you get to pharmaceuticals and life-saving drugs, which is, what is the point of inventing something if nobody can actually use it? And
no, I agree, and
that's the question.
And I agree with you on that 100%. So let's look at ways of increasing production, making things more available. Maybe we can do things to incentivize and help in that process, so that we can help more people rather than just giving away the property. And they may not produce the product in the same way, with the same quality, and there may be risks involved with that. So, you know, you go from something that's been approved by our FDA to let someone else do it their way. That may not be the best answer, if I may.
Thank you, Dr. Winstrup. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. Ambassador Tai. I know you know my district well. International trade and access to foreign markets have really helped create thousands of jobs in my district, especially in the automotive, manufacturing, forestry, and agriculture sectors. The export of goods account for almost 10% of Alabama's GDP. However, we have not done enough to ensure that the growth created by international trade is, as you say, equitable, inclusive, and durable. As one of the co-chairs of the Ways and Means Racial Equity Initiative, along with Representative Horsford and Gomez, I believe that equity must be at the center of our trade policy. I know that you agree, and I look forward to working closely with USTR to promote a pro-worker, pro-growth trade agenda that is more inclusive, more durable, and more equitable. I believe also that one of the best ways to level the playing field for workers and underserved communities is to focus on our enforcement tools. Earlier this year, my bill, H.R. 6121, the Leveling the Playing Field Act 2.0, passed the House as a part of the America Competes Act. My bill modernizes and enhances our trade enforcement tools to push back against China's cross-border subsidies as well as their dumping policies, which have devastated steel workers and the steel industry in my district and in other districts, as Representative Kelly said. In fact, I hope that Representative Kelly will take a really good look at the bill, the Leveling the Playing Field 2.0, and would consider also joining it. My question is, as we, the House and the Senate, go to conference on the Competes Act, can you talk about the importance of having new modernized trade enforcement tools to combat China's unfair trade policies?
I'd be glad to. Thank you, Congresswoman Sewell. And thank you for your leadership on this issue. I think that we do need an overhaul of our tools. That's an overhaul of existing tools, and then really look at the gaps of where our tools haven't been effective, haven't given us the opportunity to do what we really need to for our economy. A lot of our trade enforcement tools, trade defense tools, date back to the 1970s and the 1980s. And that's not to say that the global economy wasn't very competitive then. It was. But today, in 2022, the nature of that competition has changed and evolved. And I think it is time for us. In fact, we urgently need to take on this task of updating our toolbox, expanding it, and making it more effective.
You know, when we negotiated the USMCA agreement, we both fought hard to create this new aggressive enforcement tool called the Rapid Response Mechanism. As you said in your opening, that has been exercised twice, and would love for your thoughts about how well that went. And can you talk a little bit about the circumstances that brought those enforcement tools, made those enforcement tools necessary, or that tool, and also what you think that the effect has been?
Certainly, and Congresswoman Sewell, it doesn't surprise me at all that you view that mechanism with a lot of pride, and also will be cheering on the successful use of that mechanism twice already. It's interesting, the question that you ask in terms of what led to the initiation of those two requests that we lodged with the government of Mexico. The first one came, I believe, through our information hotline. And in that case, and this is the GM facility in Silao, we had a really excellent partnership with the Labor Department in Mexico, the STPS, in addressing the concerns and the irregularities that were cropping up there. And we're delighted that they were able to have a redo, and the redo resulted in a very positive action. In the other case, the facts were different. This is the Tridenex facility in Matamoros. But you know, I think that there again, it is with a spirit of collaboration, not a spirit of punitiveness, that we approached our partners in the Mexican government and also at the facility. This is one of those situations where you want to approach the actors in question and assume that they want to do the right thing. That may not always be the case, but that is very much the spirit of this mechanism, and I'm delighted that it has had positive effect so far, and we will continue to test the effectiveness of our tool in assistance and in support of the Mexican government.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Washington State to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Madam Ambassador. So excited to have you back. Thank you for all your work, and thanks for coming out to my district last year and speaking with our farmers and businesses, and eating some great bread. You know, as you know, Washington State is the most active trading state in the country. Over 40% of all jobs in our state are tied to trade. We export products ranging from digital goods and services to aircraft and trucks, as well as over $6 billion in products, agricultural products like seafood and dairy. Also, our ports and port workers serve as a gateway to the Asia Pacific, and we bring in energy products, semiconductors, and cars from around the world and export American wheat, corn, and soybeans. And 90% of our state's 12,000 companies that export are small and medium-sized businesses. And these businesses are looking to expand trade in the Indo-Pacific, where over half of the world's economic growth is expected over the next 30 years. And I know the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework could have a bold impact by opening up markets for digital and agricultural products and setting better standards for labor and the environment. That said, we need to ensure that we're putting enough on the table to accomplish these goals. And we've heard from the administration that you're not considering market access as part of that framework. And so I wondered if you could explain why, and if market access commitments aren't part of the framework, what other incentives do you have at your disposal to bring countries with weaker labor, environmental, and digital standards to the table?
Congressman Del Mene, I know as a representative of a district in Washington State that trade matters a lot to you, and I've learned a lot about your district and also the state. And I also understand why this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is of great interest to you as well. I thank you for the opportunity to address this question around market access and why market access is not on the table right now and what that means. I think that there is a distinction that we need to make, and it's a little bit the distinction between trade terminology and trade jargon and just regular English. So when we talk about market access in trade speak, generally what we are talking about is tariff liberalization, tariff reductions. And it is true that we are not talking about tariff reductions in the context of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Nevertheless, if we're going to revert to just ordinary English and talk about market access as access to markets, as economically meaningful outcomes, then in that sense, market access is absolutely a part of what we intend to build out with our Indo-Pacific partners. To your question, why are we making this distinction? I'd like to just make a couple of comments there. I think that in terms of tariff liberalization, if you look at the world that we are in right now, with a lot of crisscrossing, cross-cutting free trade agreements, and then also the overall WTO structure, we're actually living in a pretty tariff liberalized world as it is. That's not to say that there aren't further gains that could be made or more tariffs that could be brought down, but we're in a pretty fluid world for the movement of goods. The concern that we've run into over the course of this version of globalization is, especially here in the U.S., a real concern about the offshoring and the erosion of our jobs and our industries. And that is in large part been focused on our manufacturing industries, but increasingly has also extended to the services industries and concerns around offshoring there. What I want to say is that with respect to the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, our intention is to bring to our partners in the region really a 21st century trade conversation to say, let's look at the opportunities for creating something economically meaningful that goes beyond what we've done traditionally with all of the traditional trappings and the traditional pitfalls, and let's push ourselves learning those lessons for how we can create something with our partners here that is economically meaningful, equitable, durable, that makes all of us feel more secure.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you on that. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Del Bene. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Ambassador Tai. You've referenced several times today the conflict in Ukraine, and I wanted to just ask you about the potential conflict and how that affects our relationship with China. Obviously, the Russia-China alliance has been, I think, frustrating for many of us to see that. I know that the NSA, National Security Advisor Sullivan, met with his Chinese counterpart in Rome 2 weeks ago, laid out some of the consequences and ramifications of China's involvement in the conflict and supporting Russia. Can you talk about what the economic and trade consequences will be for China if they, up their engagement with supporting Russia?
This is a really important question, Mr. LaHood. Thank you for asking it. I think that what has become clear in the context of Russia's invasion and violation of Ukraine's sovereignty is a question around how much do we trust our partners to behave the way we think that they should be incentivized to behave? In terms of looking then at China through the lens of this conflict, I think what becomes very, very clear is that China is in charge of the decisions that China is going to make. And that given this very interconnected world that we live in from a foreign policy standpoint and also a trade standpoint, that choices that we all make in the midst of this particular conflict are going to have consequences. So I think that in terms of the National Security Advisor's conversation with his Chinese counterpart, I think he has done his job in laying out the consequences. From my perspective, from a trade lens, the choices that China is going to make in this context are going to either reinforce or surprise us with respect to our sense of trust around where China is and China's vision for the future of the global economy and its role in it. And we are absolutely paying attention to see what choices China makes.
And is it your understanding from that meeting that they are aware of the consequences and the ramifications and the repercussions if, in fact, they violate that?
In all of my interactions with my counterparts in Beijing, I have every reason to believe that they are very sophisticated thinkers and very strategic thinkers there.
Thank you. Switching subjects, I want to just touch on the TRIPS issue, and I know a number of my colleagues have talked about the TRIPS waiver. And I guess I'm concerned that under the most recent reported compromise agreement between the U.S., South Africa, EU, and India, there will be a lack of oversight and limited mechanisms to prevent countries receiving U.S. IP under this agreement from providing that IP to China, directly or through Chinese SOEs producing vaccines in other countries. My question is, how can you ensure that countries that are authorized to produce vaccines pursuant to the terms of the agreement will not share this IP with China?
So, Congressman, on this question, let me provide two responses. One is I am aware that there is a text that's been leaked through some process that purports to be a compromise agreement between these four parties at the WTO. Let me just clarify a little bit in terms of how I understand compromise to mean. It doesn't mean that there is an agreement. It means that the concept of the compromise is an outcome of a process, and I will confirm that there has been a process that has been facilitated by the WTO Director General in terms of having a discussion between these 4 WTO members. So you just want to clarify, when you use the word agreement, just say that there has been no agreement. And I continue to emphasize the degree to which I, as the U.S. Trade Representative, care very, very much about this exercise of consultation. And what you've just said to me about your concerns about the use of intellectual property and who it's used by is something that I've absolutely heard. And I want you to know that I have heard that from you and others, and I'm hearing it right now.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, to inquire.
Ambassador Tai, first of all, it's so wonderful to see you today. Welcome back to the committee. And I'd like to take this opportunity to commend you for all that you've been able to accomplish as our trade representative this past year. As you know, I'm the co-chair of the Congressional Creative Rights Caucus, and I represent a Southern California district that is a hub of our country's creative economy. This sector employs nearly 6 million Americans, and copyright products bring back more than $218 billion to the U.S. economy each year. And that's why I'm interested in your work on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, or IPEF. First of all, I think it's really an important step forward to strengthen our ties with our allies in Asia, considering the competition with China. And so, with USTR being responsible for developing the fair and resilient trade pillar of this framework, can you talk about how the agreement will advance the creative economy? Will the agreement require our partners to implement the World Intellectual Property Organization digital treaties? And finally, how will IPEF protect against piracy of copyrighted works and benefit the workers whose jobs rely on these protections?
Congressman Chu, it's great to see you as well. And I know that you are a champion of the rights of our creators and our creative industry. On what's to come in our conversations with our trading partners in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, let me just set out right up front that I do not want to prejudge what is going to come out of the discussions that are going to come up or the consultations that we continue to have with you and other members here in the Congress. But on your question about creative rights in the context of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, let me assure you that as we conceive of the digital piece of the economic framework, you have my commitment that we will bring a broad base of stakeholders into that conversation to ensure that what we build out here in the Indo-Pacific reflects the rights and the obligations and the interests of a robust representation from all aspects of our economy, including the creative industries and our creators.
I appreciate that so much. And Ambassador Tai, I also wanted to ask about something that's important to companies in my district, like iRobot, which makes robotic vacuums. They were anxiously awaiting relief from the Section 301 tariffs, and they did qualify for it, but they were concerned about the extensions, and they were hoping for relief from these extensions, from the tariffs, that is, through extensions from January 2021 till now and beyond. Of course, they faced a big economic hit because of the tariffs. They were so disappointed when last week USTR announced that the Section 301 tariff exclusion extension would make relief retroactive back to only October 12th, 2021. It's my understanding that Customs and Border Protection is able to handle these retroactive refunds even for some longer periods of time. Can you comment on this decision? And also, they're very concerned about the 2023 year because they have to make plans ahead of time. And can you comment on whether those extensions will continue there?
Congresswoman Chu, in an effort to be consistent and ever even-handed, let me offer to you the same response that I gave to Congresswoman Walorski, which is we'd be happy to have a conversation with you and your stakeholders about the exclusions that we just announced last week. In terms of making plans for 2023, let me just say to you and to others, I'm very sympathetic to how difficult it is to plan these days in the American economy and the global economy, and I can't prejudge what will happen and what decisions we will make, but appreciate the difficulties that we are all facing in the current disruptions in our global economy.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, to inquire.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and let me join all my colleagues in thanking you, Ambassador, for being here today. And during these times, it's so important to have someone with your level of competence. I just want to ask you some questions. Start out by asking you about the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force, which of course is monitoring the enforcement of Section 307 of the Tariff Act of 1930. And you are supposed to lead and liaise with some countries regarding the enforcement. So that task force is about 2 years old now. We've had sort of a pandemic. So I wanted an update on what the task force is doing. Who have you been engaging with for that enforcement mechanism to really work? And I also wanted to ask a question about AGOA. I know that Ghana is one of the countries that's benefited a great deal from AGOA. It's an English-speaking country, of course. It's very stable politically. But it seems to me that there's not as an aggressive effort to do trade there. And is there anything we can do to stand up trading opportunities? I know we've discussed Kenya here, but we have not discussed that. And then, last but not least, I just want to sort of latch on to a topic you've already dealt with, and that's Haiti. And you dealt with what the reauthorization might look like, but I'm wondering if there's some current jeopardy that they're experiencing regarding participation in the Caribbean Basin Initiative, given the political instability that's there. And so I will shut up and let you answer my questions.
Congresswoman Moore, I'm delighted to be able to answer your questions. On the Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force, let me commend you and other members of this committee and the Congress for creating that task force as part of the USMCA Implementation Act about 2 years ago, as you've said. USTR does participate in that task force. Our interagency partners include critically the Department of Labor and then also the Department of Homeland Security, which is where the Customs and Border Protection sits. And they are the ones who are on the front lines on the border, who have the eyes and ears and the muscle around enforcement that we do at the border. Through that task force, we have been working on a number of aspects in terms of enforcing Section 307. That's the forced labor import ban that we have, and now also that includes the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which all of you just passed and the President signed into law the last couple months. So there's been a lot of active work there, and this administration has demonstrated in the first year actions through withhold release orders to effectively implement and enforce that ban, and we'll continue to work there. And if this is an area that you are particularly interested in, we would be happy to engage with you and your team to provide you with more details. Your second question on AGOA and Ghana, I'll just answer it simply, which is that there's so much potential on the continent of Africa. It has a very young population, and as we look around us and look at where the dynamism is going to come, yeah.
You know, and they're right, they got ocean property there, and I'm sure China is looking at that too. I just don't want us to lose out because of benign neglect.
Let me say I'm open to it. I'm open to looking at it and open to having further discussions with you about it. And finally, on Haiti, the points that you raise are important ones, and I know that Congress feels a special ownership around our preference programs. Be happy to continue to talk to you about how we handle that Haiti reauthorization.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize
Yield back.
the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ambassador for her service to our country and her willingness to provide leadership on this important front.
Thank you.
I think, as I've said to you personally, you are more than capable of taking us to the next level on trade policies and trade deals. There's no question, and you enjoy the bipartisan support in a way that's refreshing and is affirming of your leadership. But I don't think, with all due respect to the president, he is giving you what you need to move forward and to move in an assertive way, and in a way that we desperately need at a time when we need to bounce back and recover economically from COVID. We need access to markets for that. We need to diversify and make more resilient our supply chains. And I just am surprised and supremely disappointed that so little has been done. And I don't fault you for that. I blame the president's lack of attention and commitment and engagement. Now he's got other issues to prioritize, no doubt. But this is the same questions, to be frank, and concerns that I raised a year ago are the same ones that I'm going to articulate today. Nothing's changed. We can't even move forward on the non-controversial, non-political TPA, MTB, GSP, and some of the trade policies that should be no-brainer. WTO, still structural problems there, inequities there. Now, granted, that's going to be a harder slog, but we've got to be engaged and putting the plow in the ground, at least in that regard. We worked hard as a committee. I'm proud, Mr. Chairman, of the bipartisan efforts on USMCA. But these countries who are our partners are racking up violation after violation, concern after concern with respect to tariff and non-tariff barriers. We said this, and in fact, my Democrat colleagues were the best at reiterating this with respect to labor provisions. The deal is only as good as the paper it's written on if it's not enforced. Madam Ambassador, we're not enforcing even the trade deals that we worked so hard to restructure in a fair way and for the benefit of our industries, our job creators, and our workers. And I don't think that's being harsh. I don't believe we've done meaningful, substantive work. We may be in the process of doing something that I'm unaware of, but we are off to a bad start. And I'm not, again, putting all that blame on you. I would like to think, Mr. Chairman and colleagues on the Democrat side, my friends, my colleagues, fellow lawmakers, surely we can coalesce to give the impetus to Ms. Tai to go out and do what she was asked to do, called to do, and equipped to do. But there's got to be a way forward, a path forward, and we're running out of time, in my humble opinion. We don't have a chief ag negotiator. You know, as a country boy from West Texas, I can't believe a year later we don't have somebody that's paying attention to that important component of our existing trade deals and existing opportunities. I won't go into the whole of government attack on fossil fuels. I won't go into it. Here's what I'll say. I pray that our country and that my colleagues who take a different view than I have heard the wake-up call and are recalibrating along with this president, although his budget does not reflect it. If anything, it doubles down on the assault on oil and gas. I hope what we've witnessed in Europe, we have taken note, and we are going to find a reasonable, balanced approach to stewarding our environment and blessing our country with the lifeblood of our economy and energy security. Now, I will just ask you, do you think that's happening? And are there opportunities for us to have some targeted deal with Europe that can help them out of this mess that they find themselves in because they didn't heed the call or the warning? I yield back, and once again, Mr. Chairman, sorry I didn't give Ms. Ty enough time to respond, but I welcome her response.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Michigan.
Chairman Neal?
Yes.
Would you allow me?
I would allow you to, yes,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you so much. I was waiting to see if Mr. Arrington would actually ask me a question at the end, and I'm delighted that he did and gives me a hook to respond. Mr. Arrington, on your specific question around if there's something that we can do with Europe on their energy security, the answer is yes, and that we are doing it. We have set up a task force to work with them to see how we can very directly help them with their energy security issues, which has become a national security issue for them. But I also would like to just borrow a little bit of time here to defend the president, who is my boss, and Chairman Neal was my boss before, and in another way, all of you were my bosses before when I worked for this committee. And that is to say that all of the work that we have done has been at the direction of the president in terms of repairing our relationships, resolving disputes, creating market opportunities. A couple thoughts, MTB and GSP, I know that matters to everyone. That is primarily a congressional action, and we are here to support all of you in reauthorizing those programs. And on USMCA as well, we are and we will enforce that. You have my commitment. I know that you're trying to thread that needle and you're being very nice to me, and let me just say this in return. I know that you care. I know that you care about the United States, about our leadership in the world, about our position as a lead in trade, and also about our farmers, and also about your constituencies and our energy producers. And I think that we have a lot of opportunity to work together.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ambassador Ty, welcome. It's good to have you back. It's always good to be able to see you in person. For far too long, the U.S. entered into trade deals, but many of our trading partners would not live up to their side of the agreement. As a result of that and the fact that some of these deals were unfair on their face, some communities across the country have flourished, and many older industrial communities like the ones I represent, including, of course, Flint, but also Saginaw and Bay City, in my district, they saw job losses, they saw tax base loss, they saw population loss. And that's why it is so important that we come together as Democrats and Republicans to extend trade adjustment assistance before it expires at the end of June to help those communities and those workers who did not equally benefit from trade agreements. No trade agreement better exemplifies this than NAFTA, where we lowered our tariffs in hopes of increasing labor standards in Mexico. Decades later, the average auto worker in Mexico still makes a fraction of a U.S. auto worker, and auto jobs have fled the U.S. to Mexico. And that's why I was so proud to stand with Chairman Neal and replace NAFTA with the U.S.-Mexico trade agreement. Importantly, this agreement includes trade enforcement mechanisms that we've never seen before in a U.S. trade agreement. So I applaud you, Ambassador Ty, and President Biden for using these enforcement tools to take aggressive action on enforcing labor standards, particularly at the GM facility in Silao, Mexico, and also reforms to Canada's dairy industry, which we've heard about. While I'm proud of the work that's been done, there's a lot more work to do. We still are experiencing issues with Canada and Mexico living up to their side of this agreement. on issues such as ag biotech, sanitary, phytosanitary standards, copyright infringement, protecting the environment. So for the people I represent, enforcement of our trade deals means jobs, both creating jobs and protecting jobs. So Ambassador Tai, can you speak to your enforcement agenda for USMCA in the coming years? I know there's been progress, but can you speak to what you see in the coming years?
Congressman Kildee, thank you for your leadership on all of the items that you've mentioned. I know that they are very near and dear to your heart because they are near and dear to the livelihoods and the opportunities for your constituents. In terms of our enforcement agenda, it is really guided by the principle that I've heard from multiple members here today, that our trade agreements are more than just the words that appear on the pages that comprise the documents that we sign, but that they are about commitments that we have made to each other as countries and economies in terms of how we're going to support each other in achieving prosperity for ourselves and our relationships. So that is our animating principle. And as someone who has worked on trade and trade agreements for a very long time in my career, I am also committed to this notion that our trade agreements are not trophies that you put on the wall and admire. They are living arrangements that need to continue to deliver for the parties and the stakeholders in our economies. So with respect to USMCA in particular, the involvement of the Ways and Means Committee, the U.S. Congress, and the overwhelming levels of support for that agreement mean that all of you have my commitment to support your approval of that deal and to ensure that it continues to deliver for everyone that you voted for that agreement to support.
Thank you so much. And you make the most important point. These agreements are meaningful only if they're enforced. We've seen examples, for example, in my case, enforcement actions have resulted in jobs. The WRO on polysilicon from Xinjiang has resulted in jobs for people that I represent. So we have a duty to enforce not just the agreements, but also other law. And I wonder if you might, for example, touch on the Phase 1 agreement. I know there are purchase agreements that China has not met. We need to enforce every aspect of this in order to support our growers and our manufacturers. Can you quickly address that question?
We absolutely need to enforce all of our agreements, the Phase 1 agreement included, and those purchase commitments as well. That's why we've spent the last several months fighting for our farmers who had a lot at stake in those purchase commitments. We're not going to give up, and all options are still on the table as we go forward.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Ambassador. Some weeks, decades happen, and obviously over the last 4 to 5 weeks, we have seen that with respect to what is ongoing in Europe, scenes that we had not witnessed since 1945. As you know, trade policy is not just about dollars and cents. Our trade policy is also an extension of our foreign policy. I am a committed transatlanticist. I co-chair the EU caucus and am a member of our congressional delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. So I look at the way Europe has shifted in the last month, specifically Germany, but not only Germany. It has been absolutely remarkable. And indeed, this might be the greatest moment in the history of the transatlantic relationship, or at least since the end of World War II. The way the European Union has come together internally has just been remarkable. So what I would like to see is to marry our trade policy with what we are doing right now in foreign policy. So in speaking with a number of European colleagues over the last several weeks, I hear from them a renewed interest in TTIP. Yet I haven't heard anything at all from our administration in that regard. Is that a possibility, and will this be an opportunity for the administration to put further American-European economic integration, essentially put it kind of a little bit higher up in terms of its priorities.
Well, Congressman Boyle, I want to start with affirming a couple of the points that you put out there, which is our trade policy is an extension of our foreign policy. But as you also noted, our trade policy is also a matter of dollars and cents, and trade policy sits at that very interesting and sometimes tense intersection between American foreign policy and American domestic economic policy. In terms of the work that we are doing with the Europeans, I do feel very much like our ability to coalesce very quickly and very resolutely in these last couple weeks is definitely building on the collaboration that we have established over the last year in foreign policy and also in trade policy. So I agree with you there. In terms of what that means for our trade collaboration, I'll start by noting that between the United States and the European Union, we are some of each other's largest trading partners and investment partners as it is. To your point about how we can build on this momentum and do more for each other, I just want to remark that the spirit of collaboration and the spirit of that becoming closer to each other, that was very present in earlier days around the TTIP, is now in the body of the Trade and Technology Council. And the TTC, as we have set it up, and we've had one meeting so far, and we're going into our second round of meetings in France in May. The TTC does allow us to expand out our collaboration with the Europeans on the specific issues before us, on trade, technology, on non-market economies, and yes, also on Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, well, you actually already segued to one of my next two questions, but you kind of addressed what's going on with TTC. So let me get to the other one, and that is the EU-US Privacy Shield framework that, of course, was invalidated. Where are we on getting a successor agreement?
When the president was in Belgium, I'm trying to remember, today is Wednesday, so this would have been last week. You're right, weeks feel like months and years these days. He announced with European Council President von der Leyen that we are reaching a new deal on that. So in terms of where we are, I think we are in the process of finalizing a renewed agreement to address the privacy concerns that have come up.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, thank you so much for joining us today. And you've covered an awful lot of topics, and I just want to lend my voice to making sure that on a couple of items that you consistently hear from us. One of them are on the transparent exclusion process for 232s and 301 tariffs. Again, being very transparent and clear and understanding the process, I think, will be incredibly helpful to American businesses, but also to the administration in trying to reach your goals of making sure that these agreements are enforced. So I want to say that's important. I also am very concerned about food insecurity going forward. We're gonna wind up, because of what we've seen happening in the Ukraine and Russia, in large part due to some of the failed energy policies that we've seen. I think we're going to wind up with some incredibly high food costs dealing with inputs around diesel fuel costs and also fertilizer costs. So thinking about that going forward, I think is going to be very important. And what kind of arrangements are we thinking about ways that we can make sure that we've got the resources that we need here in the U.S. to be able to grow our own food and not be dependent on other parts of the world for that. So that's one thing. The other thing I found interesting is in the conversation that you had with my colleague from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, in talking about the TRIPS waiver. You said that there was no formal agreement in place. Is that correct? Okay. That's a long way from saying that the administration is not, and you are not pursuing those conversations. Is it a goal of the administration to do the TRIPS waiver, to give away the intellectual property for this COVID-19? Where are you on this? Where are the discussions? Is it, and I really wanted you to use this time to focus on that, because to me, it's you're either trying to facilitate this or you are leaning in hard against it. So where are you in the administration on this particular topic? I realize there's no formal agreement, but are you trying to get to one?
So, Dr. Ferguson, I feel like there's a long conversation in our future, whenever you are up for it, to go down a very, very deep World Trade Organization rabbit hole. But since that's not what we're about here
Well, I'm
today,
not tired of being happy yet, so let's not go there.
let me say this about the TRIPS waiver conversation at the WTO, which is, it is this administration's position that we will do. We will do everything, and we are committed to getting shots in arms and getting ourselves and the world over the hump on this pandemic. And that means having a conversation at the WTO and exploring what the WTO can deliver in terms of addressing the needs of the developing world around their access.
Ambassador, let me throw in this. Again, we want as many people to get vaccinated as want to get vaccinated, but giving away the intellectual property to me, does not seem like the right way to do this. Let's just say that it goes through, and you've got several countries that get this intellectual property. From acquiring the intellectual property to site location, construction of a facility, bringing in the supplies, the training of the people, everything, that's a 4 or 5 year process. Aren't we better off at this point producing more vaccines here and getting them out, as opposed to giving away the intellectual property that ultimately could wind up in the hands of some of our adversaries? The simple supply chain of producing this stuff is not going to happen in very short terms. I mean, this is a long process to build these manufacturing facilities. So I'm really confused. Why would we even go down this road and not just cut it off and say, no, we're going to protect American intellectual property, and we're going to find a different way to get vaccines distributed around the world?
So, Dr. Ferguson, just 2 quick points, because I know I'm running out of time also. One is, I guess I'd refer back to the conversation that I had that I think was with Mr. LaHood or Dr. Wenstrup, which is the project in front of us isn't about whether we respect intellectual property or we give intellectual property away. It is about where we set the balance between the rights of the innovators and the rights of users and patients to access that. The other point is, I just wanted to highlight part of what you said as an important part of the conversation when you said, aren't we better off? And I think that one of the questions really is, who is the we? Aren't we better off as the United States? Aren't we better off as the world? Aren't we better off as we, the developing world?
I will make that perfectly
that's an
clear.
important
The we that I'm referring to is the United States of America and our citizens. That is our primary responsibility. That is what that is the we that I am focused on.
And my response to you is that as long as the virus continues to rage in parts of this world, we are not over this pandemic, and the global economic disruptions to our supply chains, the increases on prices will continue.
Certainly understand that, but again, let's not cut the knees out from American innovators and future investment here in America, because we're going to have another pandemic. They're going to have other issues. Intellectual property and maintaining it here and protecting it has to be a priority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byard, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much, and thanks for holding this hearing. And Ambassador Tai, I am just so impressed with your masterful presentation today and all you've accomplished in the last year. And you remain, with apologies to Secretary Buttigieg and Secretary Austin, you remain my favorite, best appointment of President Biden. And I do want to weigh in with respect to my friends, Dr. Ferguson, Dr. Wenstrup, and others on the TRIPS waiver. because although I am proud to be an American, I do consider myself a person of humanity first. And I don't want to apologize for not being stridently nationalistic today. Dr. Wenstrup talked about IP protection driving innovation and cures. And again, I don't want to get into the argument of how much innovation actually takes place in big pharma rather than through NIH and the National Science Foundation and others. But as you consider the TRIPS waiver, how do you balance intellectual property rights protection versus the possibility, know the likelihood, know the certainty that millions more people will die because of the unavailability of these vaccines, because we refuse to share our science and our technology? Indeed, until the rest of the world, you just suggested this, until the rest of the world, including India and South Africa, are immunized, there is a significant probability that new, more deadly variants will be visited upon us here in the United States. I don't envy you your task with the EU and the other players in it, but please keep the humanity piece of it in that balance along with the IP protection. It can't just be about money. But let me move to something easier. The administration terminated Ethiopia's designation as an AGOA beneficiary, as you know, back on January 1st due to concerns about human rights violations. And it's been very controversial in my district. An estimated 100,000 workers in the southern part of the country, mostly women, who are employed in AGOA-dependent jobs and have nothing to do with the conflict in northern Ethiopia, are at risk of losing their jobs because of this AGOA suspension. On March 24th, the Ethiopian government announced a ceasefire, which both sides seem to have respected so far. I know it remains to be seen whether this will lead to an increase in the desperately needed humanitarian assistance for the people of Tigray, or whether this will contribute to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. But the question, has the administration considered initiating an out-of-cycle review of Ethiopia's AGOA status? And has the USTR provided the government of Ethiopia with clear steps that it can take to get back in compliance with the AGOA requirements?
Congressman Beyer, on the latest developments in Ethiopia, the administration has provided to the government of Ethiopia very, very clear benchmarks for the path that will bring them back into the embrace of the AGOA program. In terms of whether or not we have looked at an out-of-cycle review, not seriously yet. I think from my perspective in administering this program, we will want to do that if and when we feel confident that AGOA can meet the criteria and has made significant progress on those benchmarks. And so with respect to the latest developments, they sound positive. We will continue to encourage the parties to that conflict to find their way out of it, because I agree with you. I think that where we are right now is a real lose-lose situation for everyone.
Yeah, thanks. Looking the bigger picture, AGOA is set to expire in 2025. How would you evaluate the overall success of the program, and can you be thinking about what improvements we should be offering to that?
So I think that it's been tremendously important, and our trade relationship with Africa is also extremely important, especially in forward-looking vision in terms of how we enhance this relationship and how we help to make each other stronger. I know there are a lot of ideas on this committee and in other parts of the Congress around improvements to AGOA, what happens after AGOA, AGOA Plus programs. It is 2022 right now. I stand ready to work with you and others around realizing that vision for what happens to AGOA next.
Thank you, Ambassador, very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. I want to thank you for having this hearing, and Ambassador Tai, thank you for being here. I echo what all my colleagues say of how grateful we are to have you in your position and your work with us here on the committee. We miss you on this committee for a lot of reasons. But as you've touched on earlier, over the course of the past year, we have seen how much impact the work you do has, in particular in promoting and protecting U.S. interests, U.S. influence around the world. Our trade policy impacts how effectively we respond to the twists and turns of an ongoing pandemic. can demonstrate who we are economically and ethically. Trade has been an essential tool of diplomacy as we address China's non-market behavior and work to isolate Russia's economy in response to Putin's illegal war on Ukraine, which is a threat to all of us. As you said earlier, the world keeps getting more complicated, and obviously it makes the job more complicated. I want to focus on supply chain. Right before our conversation here, I had a meeting with the electrical contractors back in my state, and they were talking about how supply chain is impacting their work and threatening, having worked so hard through this pandemic, keeping open during the pandemic, keeping their projects engaged was obviously a challenge. As my colleagues have talked about, a colleague from Arizona, the concerns we have about supply chain with grain and food. I think back just a decade ago in the Arab Spring, driven so much by the failure of the grain crop in the same part of the world we're talking about today. As Mr. Higgins said, the supply chain to make sure that we make the transition successfully to electric vehicles is critical. So my question very broadly, we look over the last 2 years and the lessons learned from the pandemic and the challenges we faced for supply chain. How can we apply those both near-term in the immediate crises and challenges we face, but also long-term to address structural needs so that our supply chains have the resiliency and robustness that we all expect and demand?
Mr. Schneider, I think this is a profound question and one that not just we in the United States government are grappling with, but around the world. And a lot of my conversations with my counterparts, we are all trying to figure out how to account for the state of our supply chains today and how we get to a place in the future where our supply chains are designed better and designed for resilience. And I think if I were to diagnose from a trade perspective why we are where we are today, it's because we have pursued trade policies that have allowed and incentivized our firms to place efficiency above all other concerns. That gives you very cost-effective results. But it turns out that that's great when things are running smoothly, but what happens when you have a shock to the system? And as of today, I can name at least 3 large types of shocks that we have experienced. One is a backlash to globalization that we've certainly seen acutely in parts of the world. The second one, the pandemic itself, that has touched each one of our lives. And then currently, one of the most traditional types of supply chain shocks, which is war. Your question really goes to what are we going to do about it? And this administration has come in over a year ago now with a very, very laser-focused set of activities and investigations around our supply chains. And those led to last June for reports that looked at critical supply chains on batteries, chips, critical minerals, and medicines. And then also in the last couple weeks, an additional 6 reports that are looking at the questions sectorally. And there are a lot of very, very important recommendations that come out of those reports. I really, really take to heart your analytical framework that on supply chains we have a near-term problem and we also have a longer-term problem to solve for. In the near term, a lot of it goes to bottlenecks, just complete shortages, lack of visibility into where things are, and then also behaviors that are reflective of insecurity around hoarding, for example. There's also issues around our ports and where containers are and why they're not connecting up. That is a set of activities that I know my partners in the administration are very, very focused on trying to solve. The longer term issues, I think, are the ones that we have been spending more time thinking about through a trade policy lens, which is how do you start to design for, through your trade policy and trade rules, a set of incentives that will more properly get our firms to be not just be solving for efficiency, but also resilience, and have that plan B and have that insurance policy for when disruptions and shocks come up. That is still a fairly open question. It is something that I talk to my counterparts a lot, my partners in the interagency, and something that I would be very, very pleased to continue to talk to you about.
Thank you. I
Thank
look
the
forward to that
gentleman.
conversation.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Missouri who is en route to the Capitol, Mr. Smith.
I am. Thank you, Chairman Neal. I wish I was there. I apologize. I'm actually just left our former colleague Don Young's funeral in Northern Virginia, or I would be there. And I also want to thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being before us. The hearing comes at an important moment for our nation's trade agenda. Global trade policy is moving fast as the world's largest economy. The U.S. should be setting the pace, not playing catch up. It's no secret that I strongly support the trade agenda of the previous administration with USMCA. We created the blueprint, what I believe is a pro-worker, pro-job trade agenda. We re-centered trade to appropriately balance economic security and efficiency, while the needs of the working class in American industry was met. But over the past year, we've taken our foot off the gas, and I urge the administration to re-engage with our trading partners to negotiate high-level agreements with UK, Japan, Kenya, and the European Union. I appreciate your recent engagement in the Indo-Pacific region with the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and I agree that engagement in this region is critical to combat China's influence. But without the enforcement mechanism of an FTA and the lack of incentives in market access, I worry that the agreement will not have the teeth it needs to combat China's growing global market influence. For years, we've known about China's predatory trade and market distorting practices, forced technology transfer, and outright IP theft, price undercutting, market flooding, industrial subsidies, and forced labor. President Trump brought a new approach, and from his aggressive strategy came the Phase 1 agreement. I continue to strongly support Phase 1, but an accounting of China's performance is needed. We know that China has fallen short of its commitments in several key categories, including agriculture. It is essential that I believe that we engage with this, that we all engage in this committee on how you plan to hold China accountable for its commitments. We owe it to the American people to continue pushing these priorities. I also urge you to work with the Senate majority to finally fill key positions like USTR's chief agriculture negotiator and USDA's undersecretary for trade and foreign agriculture affairs. Under the Trump administration, these positions were essential in helping advance our trade agenda, and they have been vacant for far too long. And I want to ask a question on China in particular. It's been reported recently that President Xi has made several statements relating to China's establishing self-sufficiency for several key commodities, including energy and certain agriculture products like soybeans. Ambassador, as the administration considers how to hold China accountable to the Phase 1 agreement, including the purchasing commitments, do these recent statements by President Xi concern you?
So, Congressman Smith, your specific question about the statements from President Xi, I'd say, I guess they don't surprise me. But as I stated earlier in my testimony and some of my answers to your colleagues on the committee, the challenge that we face from China is significant, and it goes to how we as the United States continue to be able to compete and continue to be able to have thriving industries, whether they are traditional industries or cutting-edge industries. And I appreciate your commitment to those needs that we have to meet the challenges that we are facing from a very, very fierce competitor, and one that has really challenged the norms of the trading system that we have set up.
Ambassador, one quick thing. I also want to touch base with you on India's domestic price support for rice. This is a topic we've discussed before, but I'm sure you can understand my interest, given that I'm one of the few members of this committee that represents an area that produces U.S. rice. And as you know, U.S. rice depends on a strong export market, but with India's sheer export volume, they have nearly full control over world prices. And as long as India keeps their finger on the scale, heavily subsidizing their rice industry from seed to the ship, U.S. producers cannot compete. What can you tell me about our engagement at the WTO on this issue?
Mr. Smith, I know I'm seeing that we're over time, but let me just tell you that I traveled to New Delhi last fall and restarted the Trade Policy Forum with my Indian counterpart. Those conversations are hard, but we will keep at it. We're not afraid of hard conversations. We are better having those conversations than not, and we will continue to work this issue.
I thank the gentleman.
I appreciate it.
Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being here. And also, more importantly, over your time as ambassador, thank you for taking a more active role in engaging with our allies, but also holding our trade partners accountable. In particular, I appreciate your work, of course, with Canada, and to ensure that they follow sound science and clearly communicate with us, but also with Mexico, thanks to your work on USMCA. Now they're talking to us regarding protecting endangered species and also the ability for all of us to go after illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which I believe proves that enforcement mechanisms that are based on trust and dialogue can actually work better than tariffs. Now, I'm glad to see the cooperation with the EU and the UK on 232 tariffs and our aircraft dispute, and to lift the retaliatory tariffs on agricultural products. I think it's this type of cooperation that will lead to stronger partnerships that will help us address global challenges from climate change to dealing with China, as we've talked about already today. At the same time, we're using our trade tools to also penalize and isolate countries that deserve it, like Russia and Belarus. Those countries are definitely not deserving of normal trade relations, nor World Trade Organization membership, and I truly appreciate your leadership in questioning their place in the WTO. And lastly, and unfortunately, as you've heard me say, and I'm going to say it again today, I am disappointed about the withdrawal of Elaine Trevino's nomination. And I encourage you and I encourage the President to nominate the new Chief Agricultural person in this position soon, but also making sure it's one that understands unique challenges that our specialty crop producers on the Central Coast face every single day. And of course, I look forward to working with you. Now, the Indo-Pacific region is one of the most dynamic in the world, which clearly you understand, and is home to some of our closest allies. So I'm very pleased to see that the administration announced the Indo-Pacific Framework. This region includes major potential markets for our American agriculture. So today, I want to let you know that I sent a letter that I wrote to you and Secretary Vilsack, a bipartisan letter that highlights the high standards that our American producers meet. And also I'm asking that agriculture be prioritized in this framework. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter this into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, along with my colleagues on the letter, Reps. Arrington, Costa, Johnson, Kind, and Feenstra, we hope the framework sets high standards and reduces non-tariff barriers and ensures phytosanitary measures are based on sound science. We also hope it seeks to reduce tariffs on American agricultural products, although we are well aware that this is not a trade deal. So, Ambassador Tai, how will the USTR work towards high standards for our agriculture, as it develops the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and where do you think our focus will be?
Congressman Panetta, I also want to acknowledge the leadership that you exercise on agriculture issues and agriculture trade issues. I'm very well aware of your interest here. Let me take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the trade pillar. It is one of 4 pillars that we are establishing in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. The others being supply chain resilience, infrastructure, decarbonization, clean energy. That's the second one. Third one, tax and anti-corruption, and the fourth one, trade. It's reflective of a philosophy that our economic engagement is not held up by trade alone, but that for our trade policies in particular, they are most effective when they are coordinated across the board in a larger program. On the trade pillar in particular, we are seeking to bring the very high standards that are embodied in U.S. trade policy practice on a range of issues and areas where we really consider that our approach is driving towards a better world and better working conditions for all. So those include labor standards, environmental sustainability standards, digital trade, trade facilitation, transparency, good regulatory practices, competition, and then also agriculture regulation, and all of those aspects that make a critical difference to agriculture trade and market access that we think we have an opportunity to consult and to negotiate with our partners about.
Outstanding. I look forward to working with you in any way I can on that issue. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Murphy, is recognized to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ambassador Tai, welcome back to the committee. It's great to see you. You know, when I'm home, one of the top topics that my constituents have been talking about and care an awful lot about is inflation. And I recognize that, you know, for the administration outside of the Fed, there are limited tools in which the administration can address inflation. But there is a connection somewhere between tariffs and inflation. And as we all know, inflation is a really serious problem with some interlocking causes on both the supply and the demand side. So I wanted to just ask you a little bit about this. You know, there was a report recently published by the Peterson Institute that basically stated that a feasible package of trade liberalization measures could actually result in a reduction in inflation of around 1.3%. And I can tell you that my constituents at this point are looking for any kind of relief that they can get. But 1.3% amounts to about $800 per U.S. household. And while it doesn't fix the problem, it is a meaningful step for families and businesses. So I guess of you, I would like to know, do you think 232 tariffs, 301 tariffs, and Congress's failure to reauthorize the GSP program are taken together contributing to these higher prices that American consumers are facing? And then secondly, to your knowledge, has your department, you know, USTR, Commerce, or any other federal agency really conducted a full assessment of the impact of U.S. tariffs on prices and the impact that removing or relaxing some of these tariffs might have in providing much needed relief to the American people?
Well, thank you very much, Congresswoman Murphy. Let me go back to one of the initial statements that you made, which I think reflects everything that my macroeconomics friends have told me, which is that the tools that are going to make the biggest impact on inflation are fiscal and monetary policy tools, and they're not going to be tariff tools. To your point about, you know, isn't it just important to do anything we can for any kind of relief? I think we need to be a little bit circumspect here. At USTR, we are very focused on not just the state of our economy today, but where we are going, especially given the competitive pressures that we are looking at. And so the approach that we are taking will include significant consideration for how we are strategically positioning ourselves for that competition today and going into the future. I would be very, very concerned about taking steps to be reactive to today challenges that aren't going to be significantly contributive to providing relief that would undermine our longer-term strategic approaches. And so this is all just to say to you that the higher prices that we are experiencing in our economy and that many others are experiencing in the global economy, I absolutely feel that pain along with everyone else. It is contributing to this sense of insecurity and anxiety that has been going on for several years now. We will participate in every conversation, but always bring with us that strategic viewpoint that we have at USTR about not just the short term, but also the medium term and the long term.
And I think, and I understand and hear what you're saying, I think that having a assessment on the impact of tariffs on prices might help inform some of that strategic decision-making as you look to trade off near-term and long-term, while also delivering to the American people the relief that they're interested in. Real quickly, I want to ask another question regarding the GSP program. You know, GSP waives otherwise applicable U.S. tariffs on certain imports from 119 lower-income countries, basically to encourage U.S. firms to source products from these countries. It's been an incredibly important tool to advance foreign policy objectives, to promote international development through trade, and really to strengthen our own domestic economy. And I think the importance, the geostrategic importance of GSP has really increased over the years, especially as U.S. policymakers are trying to force American companies to move their supply chains out of China and into other countries. Both the House and Senate China competition bills would reauthorize GSP, and Congresswoman Walorski and I have introduced legislation that would update the GSP program's competitive need limitation rules. Those CNLs are arbitrary caps that really serve to remove tariff-free treatment for specific products from specific countries, and tariff-free treatment is almost never restored. And so as a result, there's nearly $10 billion in trade that was excluded from tariff-free treatment in 21. So some big countries like Brazil, more trade is actually excluded than remains eligible. It sounds like I'm out of time, but I do want to submit this question to you for the record to see whether or not you support the GSP program and try to incentivize other countries to make reforms if we could make modest updates to this rule.
Do you want to briefly address that question, Madam Ambassador?
Sure, I'll just go ahead with your indulgence, Chairman Neal. Yes, I support the reauthorization of GSP, and I also support members of Congress working through your viewpoints on how to update that program. I'll just say that the GSP is also intended to promote development in our partner countries, and over time, I think that it is well worth taking a closer look at how to make GSP more effective for that development piece. I know it is very good for certain actors, but for the intended beneficiaries, I think it is worth a closer look.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, is recognized to inquire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for thank you for joining us today, Madam Ambassador. It's a see if this one's less problematic. Excellent. You know, it's been we've touched on several topics over the last, well, it's now over 3 hours that you've been here. We appreciate your time going through that. I just want to touch base on several of those, and then maybe have some time ask a question or two at the end as well. You know, as we spoke earlier this week, I think it's critical that the USTR help ensure that USMCA is fully implemented, and particularly that the dispute resolution process is being enforced and followed through the agreement, and obviously in several areas, but you know, especially with Canada on labor or on dairy, as was mentioned earlier, and as well as Mexico with agriculture and energy, which also has come up previously. You know, in the last Congress, we worked really hard to pursue and pass this strengthened trade agreement with the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and USMCA was a massive win for farmers and manufacturers and entrepreneurs and small businesses and consumers, So we just need to make sure that we implement it fully and make sure we get the benefits out of that. And, when an agreement like USMC is enforced correctly, it's a great boost, critical boost. But when not, it can lead to outcomes that don't provide those benefits. In addition to the USMCA enforcement, I also wanted to highlight that we need to continue to work with our trading partners around the globe. We need to make sure that all of our trading agreements are vigorously upheld, including protecting companies from forced technology transfers and intellectual theft, and particularly ensuring countries like China follow through on the promises they've made. I'm especially concerned about the continuing talks, and as we've mentioned earlier, about the federal government in my view, taking intellectual property, such as the vaccines, from the rightful owners. We have to be careful in that regards. We wouldn't consider it appropriate to take food out of the field of farmers because that was needed by some people, or we have a lot of auto dealers in Congress. We wouldn't consider taking cars from them because some people don't have transportation to a doctor. So it's a slippery slope that we're concerned about. The United States' greatest single market, and we want to make sure that the American marketplace is not necessarily a right for every company, but it's a privilege for the nations that uphold international order and follow through on promises they've made. And it's essential that we make sure that we follow through on normal trade relations and most favored nation status, that our partners through that process adhere to international trade agreements and international order. And we've seen the consequences of that with the Russia invasion of Ukraine, and obviously that's an impact that they need to face. I just want to wrap up before questions is that, it was pretty disappointing to see the TPA elapse through the administration, without a plan to renew it. As we all know, the legislative branch has delegated trade responsibility to the executive branch, and we want to make sure that the administration, uses the template that we have that's been so successful, USMCA, and available to work with future agreements with the UK and India, and without TPA we can't go forward with trade deals. So also, just making sure that we expand markets for farmers and producers, and clearly make sure that process goes forward. I've touched base on a lot of things that have already been talked about. One of the things I did want to have a question about, and actually just a reference that was mentioned earlier, and I don't know if you have any more that you want to add to it, about where are we with the WTO process and reform, and I know I've kind of talked too long to give you much more time to talk about that.
Well, Mr. Estes, thank you for touching on all of the things that matter to you. They also matter to me as well. Let me just say one thing about TPA before I get to your actual question. I'm sorry if I'm going to burn a little bit of time here, but on the TPA and its use for USMCA, I actually think that highlighted a little bit some of the limitations for the template approach to TPA. I know TPA matters to all of you, many of you. It therefore will matter to me too, and I look forward to resuming that conversation going forward. On the WTO process, look, the WTO is an absolutely critical institution worldwide, including for what it represents, which is a membership organization that covers almost all of the world, that establishes not just rules, but also norms and creates communication channels and forums for conversations to deal with difficult issues that come up. We cannot walk away from the WTO. Nevertheless, the WTO has been around for almost 30 years now, and this is a very different world from the one where the WTO was born. The WTO needs reform. It is going to be hard. We are committed to doing that work with you and with our trading partners at the WTO.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the indulgence.
Yep, I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, it's always good to see you. Welcome back to Ways and Means. You were instrumental in supporting my Democratic colleagues and I as we fought to include robust labor protections of the USMCA, and now we are getting to witness you enforce those provisions, and those provisions are now starting to bear fruit. As was discussed earlier, this year, factory workers in Mexico voted resoundingly in favor of independent unions through fair and transparent elections made possible by the USMCA. In February, nearly 80% of more than 6,000 auto workers at General Motors plant voted to oust the Confederation of Mexican Workers, and that was an old guard protection union that held the contract for more than a quarter of a century. And a few weeks ago, more than 85% of workers at a plant in Matamoros did the same thing. The question I'm wondering is that, are these, do you view these two votes in Mexico as one-offs or a broader shift towards worker empowerment? Because if, as we discussed when we were negotiating this, the idea is not just to have one-offs, but to create the systematic change that will lift all workers in Mexico, to level the playing field between Mexican workers and American workers, and then hopefully reduce the amount of jobs that get shifted south. And if these are a broader shift, how can we aid that shift to occur quicker?
Mr. Gomez, it's great to see you, and I know how much of your own heart and soul you've poured into these provisions of the USMCA, and we're all very invested in their success. I could not be more pleased with how these first two petitions have gone. I intend for them not to be one-offs, and believe very strongly that we are working along shared values with this Mexican government on these issues. In terms of what members of Congress can do to help assist with the ongoing implementation work in Mexico along the lines of labor reform, I think please continue to do what you are doing. And there is a lot that I know that this committee and members like yourself are doing, which is to keep those eagle eyes on what is going on. To not be shy about asking the hard questions. There are many entities that are part of the USMCA Implementation Act that are intended to further support these reforms in Mexico. There's the Independent Mexican Labor Expert Board. There is an interagency labor committee that USTR co-chairs with the Department of Labor. There's the rapid response mechanism. There are commitments that President Lopez Obrador made to Chairman Neal in a letter around funding and budgeting to support these types of reforms. I think that the best way that we can work together is to keep our eyes on the ball and to help the Mexicans keep their eyes on the ball as well. And I really do believe we are working at a shared and common purpose.
Yeah, thank you. And I support your worker-centric approach to trade. I believe that that's how we're going to make America more competitive, not just reducing barriers, but making it so that the level playing field is something that Americans actually can compete on when it comes to cost. Productivity, we're there. Cost, we got to level that playing field. Shifting gears a bit, under Article 3210 of the USMCA agreement, if any party enters into a free trade agreement with a non-market economy, the others would have the option of terminating the deal in favor of a bilateral that would be amended. Is that correct?
I don't have the language in front of me, but I think more or less that is correct.
Thank you. Last year, China submitted an application to join the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. That's a mouthful. If all 11 signatories of the CPTPP, including Canada and Mexico, approve China's request to join, what steps would you take to enforce this provision of USMCA?
Under that provision, I think that we would have to take a hard look at the integrity of the USMCA as it was approved by all of you, and certainly we would do that in consultation with all of you, I think I know where many of you would be, but certainly would appreciate hearing from all of you as well in terms of how you would view the USMCA were that to come to pass.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank you so much.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ambassador, thanks. Great to see you again. Last May, I sent you a letter with over 100 of my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, urging action to prevent further disruption in the price of lumber. At that time of the letter, lumber prices had skyrocketed more than 300% over the previous year.
Did a good job.
In December, I once again joined Congressman Higgins and nearly 100 bipartisan members of Congress to send a second letter to the Biden administration, this time to the Commerce Secretary Raimondo, voicing concerns over the Department of Commerce's decision to increase anti-dumping and countervailing duties on softwood lumber products from Canada. We remain concerned that this will further exacerbate the lumber crisis. Lumber prices have skyrocketed again since last fall. The most recent spikes have added more than $18,500 to the price of an average new single-family home and nearly $8,000 to the price of a multifamily home. These volatile prices increases are pricing families out of the American dream of owning a home and beginning to affect the economic practicality for investment in new projects. Inflation and high prices are hurting hard-working Americans. We see it every day. Madam Ambassador, lumber remains at historically high levels, and May 13th last year, I spoke to you on this same issue before this very same committee. And on that day, the Canadian consulate called me after our discussion, and we had about a 1-hour conversation. Obviously, she's sharing her part on what they thought was the opportunities. I'm sure they are watching again today, and lumber prices are adding substantially to the cost of constructing a home. This is obviously having an increasingly negative impact on housing affordability, and we still don't have a softwood lumber agreement with Canada. As best that we can tell, we aren't even at the negotiating table on this, and despite many assurances that both sides are eager to resolve this problem, could you take the remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds and explain what the progress is and how we're going to resolve this critical issue?
Congressman Hearn, I'd be happy to, and I appreciate your concern on this issue and the consistency of your advocacy and the expressions of your worry here. Our dispute with Canada over softwood lumber and how they produce theirs has been one of these long-standing problems in our relationship, and it goes to a fundamental incompatibility between our economic systems, not unlike what we have with dairy, but we'll just set that aside. So this is an issue that is baked into, a difficulty baked into our close and important relationship with Canada economically over time. In terms of the latest fluctuations, thank you for recounting all of the ups and downs. I remember our conversation from last May, and I also remember over the course of the summer, and I think last fall, lumber prices came back down as more mills came back online in grappling with COVID, and then they've gone back up again. So I think that there is a supply chain element to this also. But I want to assure you that ensuring that U.S. softwood lumber producers are able to compete on a level playing field against the harmful effects of unfairly subsidized and dumped Canadian imports is an important priority for us. It is our view that our trade remedy laws are working as they should. I frequently, nevertheless, in recognizing the disruptions in the market, I frequently discuss softwood lumber issues with my Canadian counterpart. And we as an administration are open to resolving our differences with Canada over softwood lumber. But that does require both of us to come to the table with a willingness to address the underlying difficulties in the compatibility of our systems. And that door is always open, but it does take two to tango. And I hope that if you get another phone call from the Canadian Embassy, please let us know how it goes, and we will continue to work with you on this.
We certainly know that you care a lot about this issue. You've seen this issue on this committee for a number of years. It's certainly not something that's been recently created, but we do need to find a resolve to it because it is impacting the very premise of the American dream of owning a home. And our American people are being crushed across many silos, whether it's food or medicines or energy. This is one of those areas that we've had a long time to look at it and would appreciate all of your counsel in resolving this issue as quickly as possible. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, to inquire.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for calling this meeting. And Thank you to U.S. Trade Representative Tai for appearing before us today. When we spoke in front of this committee last year, when you spoke in front of the committee last year, I knew that you would be a great trade representative, and you have definitely achieved that goal. To start my questioning, I'd like to touch on the rising costs that too many of my constituents are facing on a daily basis. Whether it be Putin's price hike at the pump or supply chain slowdowns elsewhere, the pain for working families is real. And we need to be doing everything that we can, looking at every possible angle to fight these price increases on essential purchases for everyday Americans. For my district in North Las Vegas, Nevada, one industry where the pain has been particularly acute is the housing market. Rental rates in Nevada have skyrocketed in recent months, with up to 30% increase in rental cost over the last year. We simply do not have enough land or space for everyone who wants to live in our great city, and this is only one of the many areas that can be directly affected by trade. In December of last year, my colleagues and I sent a letter to Commerce Secretary Raimondo to review duties on certain Canadian softwood lumber products that we felt were contributing to the rising prices to build a home, as Mr. Hearn just talked about. I think my colleagues would join me in applauding the 35% decrease in tariffs on those products announced by the Commerce Department last month. While this cannot stop home prices from increasing, it did incentivize construction and certainly helped lessen the price increases we are currently seeing. So, Ambassador Tai, do you see any similar opportunities for trade-based price reduction with respect to other essentials like pharmaceuticals, food, or gasoline?
Well, Congressman Horsford, thank you for your question, and I think that the common thread in the product categories you're looking at, food, medicines, and energy, are those staple things that everyday people need in their everyday lives. I guess what I would say is this, which is the administration has, from day one, been very, very focused on the question of our supply chain resilience. And that over not just the most recent weeks and months, but over the past 2+ years, we have been seeing disruptions in the supply chains and the global markets for all of these items, which are affecting our access to them. So I just want to convey to you the degree to which we take this seriously and how we are prioritizing how we approach this, not just from a price perspective, but also from a security perspective.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to touch on the dire need for stringent enforcement mechanisms in all of our trade agreements. You opened in your testimony talking about how you and the administration are working to put American workers at the center of our trade policy. And I know you agree, Ambassador Tai, that the labor provisions included in USMCA are vital to that agreement. And I've been encouraged by their recent results, especially with regards to the use of rapid response mechanism for facility-specific labor violations. Last month, for example, we were able to see how effective these trade policies can be with workers at the automotive plant in Sula, Mexico, voting overwhelmingly to elect a new independent union. Without the right to organize, these workers would have remained at the mercy of their employer, who was reportedly using bribes, threats, and intimidation to pressure workers to accept an illegitimate contract. So, Ambassador Tai, would you be able to briefly discuss the proposed labor criteria for the GSP program included in the American Competes Act, and how updating them would empower USTR to adequately address severe labor violations prevalent in some of the generalized system of preferences?
Well, Congressman Horsford, I'll just respond to that with a blanket statement that trade policy practice from the United States, in whatever form it takes, whether it's agreements that we negotiate to or preference programs that come out of the Congress, that this administration broadly supports the realignment of our trade policy practice with the focus on supporting our workers.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schmucker, to inquire.
Thank you. Hello, Ambassador. Thanks for being here. I know dairy has already been brought up. I'm late to the hearing, and I apologize for that, but it's frustrating. As one of the dairy counties, one of the top dairy counties in the country, we still have concerns with the Canadian proposal on that. And Canada is a great trading partner. The USMCA is great, but they're clearly violating the spirit and the letter of the law with the USMCA. And I don't see us really fighting back. You know, we can work on a cooperative basis, but they are protecting their industry, and I feel like they're playing hardball, we're playing wiffle ball. I'd like to see the administration stand up for our dairy farmers as much as Canada is for theirs. When will we begin to see some progress on this?
So, Mr. Smucker, let me just begin by saying I share your frustrations and know how frustrated our dairy farmers are. I would disagree with your characterization that we're playing wiffle ball, and I'm sorry that you feel that way. The truth of the matter is that USMCA provides us with a lot of enforcement tools, and the case that we brought against Canada and have litigated all the way through is actually the maiden use of the dispute settlement system under USMCA, and we prioritized taking on Canada and its dairy policies here. We have won that case. We are in conversations with Canada right now, and this may get to your frustrations. I don't think that in what Canada is proposing as its remedy, that our farmers feel like
I don't think
it is
it's
delivering.
acceptable. I want to move on to another issue, if I may. We talked briefly about this yesterday. My district in Pennsylvania and the region around my district in southeast Pennsylvania is a leader in gene and cell therapy. And we're seeing a lot of advancements, both there and in other areas of the country and of the world, really, on synthetic bio development of materials that otherwise occur only naturally. So this is going to be a game changer, really, in gene therapy production. And in a lot of other areas as well. And I can tell you the companies have seen what's happened with China with IP in some other areas and are very, very concerned. We're advancing. We're on the cusp of something that will be an advancement and a game changer around the world. They're very, very concerned about protecting the IP here, ensuring that as it's being developed around the world, we're all on a level playing field, that IP is protected. And just, I don't know if there's really a question there, but I guess maybe if you would quickly respond to that.
Well, I always love to learn more about innovative work that's happening throughout America, and it sounds like there's some really cutting-edge technology that is being developed in your district. I think that the anxiety that you're expressing here, which is how do we keep that cutting-edge technology that's being developed here from being unfairly taken away or being disadvantaged. I think this is absolutely why we are taking a larger lens on the view with respect to our challenging competitive relationship with China, and the reason why we are looking at China's industrial targeting practices. When it comes to these burgeoning industries, we cannot afford to become victim in the same way we have with other industries like
I'm
steel.
sorry, I want to get one other question and just
solar.
one other comment on that. This is clearly a priority of the Chinese. They have in their 5-year plan mentioned that SynBio is a priority and a focus of theirs. But my final question is, my understanding is the world currently has more supply than demand for COVID-19 vaccines, and I've seen reports that multiple countries have had to dispose of expired doses. How does that fact affect the Biden administration's perspective on the importance of waiving intellectual property rights in response to the pandemic?
Well, I know that there are last mile problems, but I'm not quite sure that there's an excess in supply in terms of more supply than there are people, and I think that there are real distributional inequities that have happened, distributional mismatches, and it does place a real spotlight on the issue of where these supply chains are, who has access to them, and when we meet the next pandemic, how prepared we are for the different parts of the world to be able to access and to be able to provide for themselves.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, to inquire.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ambassador for being with us and for her patience and her diligence in answering all of the questions of my colleagues today. Madam Ambassador, I wanted to ask you about some issues, of course, related to the area that's very dear to me, which is the Caribbean. The United States has provided unilateral trade preferences to many countries as part of its foreign economic and trade policy. The Caribbean Basin has been the beneficiary of numerous preferential trade programs, beginning with those linked to the Caribbean Basin Initiative in 1984. Some economists state that the trade policy with the Caribbean shifted as the number of U.S. free trade agreements in the region began to increase, adversely affecting Caribbean countries. How has USMCA, CAFTA, DR, and other trade agreements with countries in Latin America affected the Caribbean region? And with that question, how can the President utilize or modify Caribbean trade preference programs to enhance regional development in the Caribbean, especially in those poorer countries such as Haiti, as well as promote regional economic integrity?
Well, Congressman, thank you for that question. The Caribbean, as I mentioned earlier in an answer to another colleague, is a critical part of our geography, our neighborhood, and a really important trading relationship. In terms of the impacts of our trade agreements on our trade with the Caribbean, I've no doubt that that has evolved over time as our trade arrangements have evolved. I want to affirm the commitment and values on the part of the administration for ensuring that our trade relationships are robust and are delivering on wins and opportunities for development for the countries of the Caribbean. To your question about what the administration can do more of, I'd be happy to go back and explore that specific question. And I think that with respect to all of our trade preference programs, congressional ownership of these programs, I know is felt very proudly up here. And so that is my commitment also to continue to work with you to make our existing programs more effective and also to work with you on looking at the future of our programs.
Thank you. With that, I know that the United States and CARICOM, the Caribbean Community, signed a trade and investment framework agreement in 2013. I am no doubt your commitment and your engagement in ensuring that trade agreements are, in fact, kept up. But short of a free trade agreement, what other approaches might facilitate U.S. trade and investment beyond current unilateral trade preference programs for the Caribbean countries?
Congressman, that's an excellent question. In fact, I had a meeting earlier this week with the director of the, it's called the International Trade Center. It's an organization that's based in Geneva that is co-funded by the WTO and the United Nations, and they're focused specifically on this area of trade and development. I had a really productive conversation with Ms. Coke-Hamilton around the missed opportunities in a lot of our trade arrangements, whether they're preference programs or even trade agreements, where the utilization of those agreements is leaving a lot on the table. And so I think you're asking exactly the right question with respect to these sets of arrangements, whether they're TIFAs or trade preference programs or full-on FTAs. What more can we do to ensure that those who are supposed to be benefiting from these policies are actually have the tools and then are able to access the opportunities that we've intended to set up. We've got some ideas, and there's a lot more that we can do here, and I would be very, very excited to work on this with you.
Thank you. I'm hoping that that engagement will also include, we've had concerns, of course, at the committee level and in the United States with regard to Help Hope. We know that these programs are vitally important to the trade preference programs are really vital to Haiti as well as Cambodia, and that they've known to be effective and do the work that's necessary. My concern, of course, is the labor issues that we've noted. And so where do you see opportunities for us in the administration? Has any proposed changes that would facilitate this moving along to support labor compliance and labor institution building in Haiti so that we can move this along and ensure that this preference in this agreement moves forward?
I'll answer quickly.
Sure.
I think that there is a lot we can do. I think there's a lot of inspiration we can take from the types of things that we've already done, and I look forward to working with you on it, Congresswoman.
Thank the gentlelady.
Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Smith. And Ambassador, it's always a treat to have you here in Ways and Means. In December of 2021, my colleague Darren LaHood and I introduced the U.S. Trade Leadership in the Indo-Pacific and China Act. This bill has two main objectives. First, the bill states that the U.S. should play a critical role in the Indo-Pacific through establishing an open, rules-based trading system. Secondly, the bill also directs the USTR to submit a report to Congress that outlines America's long-term trade and economic plan with China. We are at a critical juncture in our relationship with China, and we need to ensure that China is fulfilling its commitments made in the Phase 1 agreement, and at the same time chart a path forward for our long-term engagement with this critical trading partner. I understand that the administration is in the process of crafting the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. This is a step in the right direction to engage in this region, particularly now that China has requested to join CPTPP. However, I remain concerned about the administration moving forward with this agreement without relying on the trade tools provided by Congress. In my view, the result will be a less ambitious agreement that does not increase market access for our exporters, and a less durable agreement that may be reversed or abandoned by other future administrations. We must reauthorize Trade Promotion Authority to ensure that we can open markets for American goods and build truly resilient supply chains. So, Madam Ambassador, Commerce Secretary Raimondo has made comments about how the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework would not be a traditional trade agreement, nor would it require approval from Congress. Do you agree with this assessment of the agreement?
Thank you so much for that very substantive question, Congresswoman Miller. Let me begin with addressing a point that you made about concerns that something that we build will be reversed or abandoned at the end of the process. I want to let you know that that is something that we are consciously trying to solve for, because the fact of the matter is that that is exactly what happened with our last attempt in this region. We do not want to do that again to our own stakeholders or to our trading partners. So we are setting for ourselves a very high standard to meet, which is pushing ourselves, and I absolutely agree with Secretary Raimondo. We are not doing a traditional trade agreement here because we've seen what happened the last time we did this. We're going to push the envelope. We're going to take on our trading partners in this region, really listen to them around their 21st century trade challenges, and innovate how we can bring economic engagement to this region and have it be durable. That is absolutely our goal here. In terms of your concerns, I hope that we will be able to work together so that I can assure you that that desire for durability, that desire to set new standards, high standards in the region is absolutely a value that we share. And in terms of Congress's role, let me just say that putting aside what the final outcome looks like and the legal requirements for how we finalize what we work on with the country in this region, Congress must be our partner in creating this framework, and I look forward to working with you on that.
Well, our Constitution vests the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations with Congress. And given that fact, why does the administration believe that it has the constitutional authority to bind the country to any Indo-Pacific economic framework without presenting it to Congress?
So I think, let me take a step back, and Congress is a critical partner here because of our Constitution, so I am completely with you on that. And what I'm saying is that this arrangement may take a number of forms, but you have my commitment to work with you no matter what form it ends up being at the end.
Thank you. Would you agree that the strongest agreement is the best outcomes for the American workers and businesses is that Congress should not only be consulted on the agreements, but that we would approve any of the agreements through TPA?
I have a lot of thoughts on TPA. You probably don't want to hear them right now, but they are important conversations for us to have. Just in short, I think that the way we have done TPA in the past has been very contentious, but I think that the core spirit of the TPA is to memorialize the partnership between Congress and the administration, and that is something that is very near and dear to my heart and something I know is required for durable trade policy.
Thank you. I look
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being here today. You and I have not worked before. I'm a rookie on the committee, so this is a new endeavor for me, but from all what I've heard from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, you are a welcome addition to come back for the committee. I will say this, I'm just going to say this from a theme that I've heard over and over and over again, just listening to the committee's comments. We're in a trade war. I mean, if to be very honest with you, we want to sell a product and another place wants to buy it, but they want to sell their product also. So I mean, this is reality. That's what competition does. We want to sell the best product at the best price. And so it just seems, and I'm going to follow up a little bit with my colleague Mr. Kelly's comments just about where we place ourselves at a disadvantage. One of my other comments also talked about being a world citizen first and then an American citizen second. Well, in the world of trade, that doesn't hold the water. Yeah, we can all be good citizens to the world for sure, and take care of the world itself, but we also have to worry about being an American first when it comes down to trade. And I'm interested in your approach because we do so many things in this country to race our competitive edge to the bottom. We've done so much with pollution, we've done so much with emissions, we do so much with labeling individuals to try to be fair and do good things in this country, which I think is great. But in the competitive world of trade, we place ourselves at a severe disadvantage because China doesn't care about those things. Look at what happens with the Uyghurs. Look at what's happened with different ethnic groups in their country. Look at their emissions. They don't care about those things. What they do care about is flooding their own market. And to the comment earlier, when China wants to be independent and totally self-sufficient, personally, that scares the hell out of me, because that's why Russia's not winning their war right now, because they've cut their own throats by trying to run into a country and didn't understand that they depend upon other countries for their commerce. So I'm interested in your response to that. How do we try to maintain the moral authority in what we want to do in the United States, but also not cut our own throats when it comes to the competitive edge that we have on the world stage?
Congressman, it's very nice to have this opportunity to engage with you in this setting. I think that you ask one of the most important questions that we face as the United States in conducting our trade relations, which is how to stand by the very high standards that we set for ourselves, because we believe that they are critical to our values, the kind of economy that we want to have, and the kind of environment that we want to be operating our businesses in. And the issue is that over time, our trade rules have incentivized a certain kind of competition, and that competition has led to what we call that race to the bottom, which is to really reward the lowering of standards and to create incentives for our firms to seek out lower cost opportunities in places where they will be held to lower standards. And so I very much feel like the task before us today and the key to long-term resilience of a kind of global economy that is worth living in for our citizens and our workers is to approach the setting of standards and rules internationally that are going to create a race to the top, that are going to incentivize the raising of standards so that we see better conditions for ourselves and others.
I understand that. I mean, I do understand that, but we also continually to place the United States under a competitive disadvantage to the rest of the world. We continue to do that. Let me ask really more specific question for my district. I have a very heavily laden agricultural district, and what's happening, also a great number of hog producers. Everybody loves barbecue. In fact, we hit an all-time export, from what I understand, last year to the Philippines, $208 million in sales, 78% increase from the year before. That we're not hitting that now. So tell me how the IPEF or bilateral engagement with the Philippines can help increase that engagement, help us continue to have the good exports that we have from my agricultural district.
Well, first, let me take the specific example of the Philippines. And we did make some breakthroughs with the Philippines over the course of the last year. And those came out of the arrangement that we have there, which is bilateral. It's the Trade and Investment Framework Agreement that we have with the Philippines. In terms of how we can continue to build our relationship with the Philippines, there are a number of trade programs that the Philippines participates in, including GSP, which I am confident that the Congress will reauthorize. On the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, let me take that question slightly differently, because we are still in the process of conversation with our trading partners to determine who joins which parts of the framework. And as I may have mentioned before, there are 4 pillars. And say that the agricultural piece of...
I may have to, my time is run out, but please, if you could...
There is an agricultural piece of the trade pillar that we are proposing.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I know we live in a difficult world because of COVID, but with fertilizers and pesticides and all those things, we've really inhibited our own ability to have good American commerce. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me thank Ambassador Tai. 4 hours. Did a splendid job once again. Delighted to have you here. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record.
The gentleman would yield. May I add my thanks to your participation here today, and especially the length of time. You're thorough, you're diligent, and we appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. With that, the Ways and Means Committee stands adjourned. Thanks, Adrian. Good job.